You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
All right. Tux, what's going on, man?
Good morning, good morning.
Back from Europe. How was it?
Yeah.
Monerocon.
It was great. It was great. Monerocon's always awesome. That was my second one. And it was a good amount of people. I think it was similar to last year. It wasn't like any more people. It might have been slightly less, but it was fine.
Sunita's saying my mic sounds low.
Oh, maybe it sounds low compared to me. Let me turn mine down. I'll turn you up a little bit.
Yeah, turn me up, I guess. Hello, hello.
Hard to balance it out.
Hello. All right. So so how was it compared to? You went to 2 in a row, right? You went to last year's or the year before? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So how was it compared to the year before? This is the first one I've missed. So
wow.
I don't know. Yeah.
It seemed pretty much exactly the same as last year, to be honest.
Okay. Fair enough. That's what I expected. Now was Luke there? Parker?
No, Luke Parker was not there.
Okay. That sucks. But I guess
he didn't really have anything to. I don't think he had much because he's kind of taken a step off of the FCMP stuff. And Justin Berman was not there either. We did get some. We had a nice talk from Aaron Feikart, Sarang.
Oh yeah, very nice. The researcher.
Yep. And
he, what was his talk on?
It was unrelated to like Monero specific stuff. It was about a new way to create a seed, like one that you would need to store in your head.
Okay. Like a brain wallet type thing. Okay.
Yeah. And that was honestly the only. I listened to that one, and then I listened to Seth had a quick like 10-minute thing. Those are the only 2 talks I actually listened to. Most of the other time I was at our booth.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I mean you're just in conversation the whole time. It's hard to get.
Yes. Yeah. It's hard.
The talks are great, and the venue is fantastic. But that's the last time they're doing it there, right?
Supposedly, yeah. Which is pretty sad because it's a pretty cool place, and it's not parallel Polis anymore. It's called Second Culture. There was like a sort of change of management, or change of ownership. And I guess they're looking to maybe do it at a different place next year due to costs. So it's unfortunate, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah. So I guess we'll stay in Prague, or we'll see. We'll see what they do.
Yep.
I mean, so the first Monerocon was in Denver. Then we were in Lisbon, and then after that, it's been Prague ever since. Lisbon was cool. Denver was awesome. Although I like that it's in Europe. I think it's cool that it's in Europe. Denver was awesome just because it was the first Monerocon. It was like people kind of meeting up for the first time.
Was that the one when you had that? You were like, you had like a giant like spin wheel that people could do to like win a prize.
Yeah. No, we did that at DEF CON.
Ah, DEF CON. Okay.
Yeah. But at the first Monerocon, that's where we did the Casa de Monero, where we rented a Airbnb like house.
Wow.
Pretty large house, and then we just had a big after party there, and then we had everybody staying at the house that wanted to pay to stay. They paid in Monero to stay at the house. It was cool. So it was like a frat house. It was like a reality TV show of Monero people living in the same house. It was actually pretty cool. It was fun. And we had a great after party in the backyard of the house. Everybody came out. People were throwing $100 bills of fiat into the bonfire. It was pretty wild. We had Fluffy Pony there. Vic was there. A lot of OGs. I'm curious, were there a lot of new faces at MoneroCon or same faces?
I think it was
Different faces?
mostly the same people. Like most of the same people I saw last year. There was definitely so this year. I don't know if this was the case last year, but at the very least this year, it had a very heavy overlap with the Bitcoin Prague, which we were at as well. So we were basically just going back to back with these for Bitcoin Prague and the MoneroCon. So there was actually a lot of people that had come over to MoneroCon after Bitcoin Prague. So on the last day of MoneroCon, there was definitely more people, and there was definitely some new people that came. I think just because it was close to Bitcoin Prague. Now, personally, I really hate the overlaps. If they're going to do a conference next to another one, I think they should be like right after, not overlapping. Overlapping is such a terrible thing.
Wait, the Bitcoin one was right before. It was overlapping?
It was overlapped by 2 days. So
Oh, okay.
MoneroCon and Bitcoin Prague at the same time. And then the last day of MoneroCon was after Bitcoin Prague had ended. So it kind of split up our team between the two conferences, which ended up being okay because we had a lot of people, but it just hard logistically. If you're
yeah. But so how far was the venue from the MoneroCon venue?
The Bitcoin one from the MoneroCon one? It was they were pretty far from each other. They were definitely not in the same area at all.
Okay. So did you get any people coming over to MoneroCon from Bitcoin? I mean,
yeah, we did.
That was the idea.
I don't know if there was that many people that weren't already like Monero people, but we definitely had some people that were new to MoneroCon who already knew about Monero. They're like, oh, I'll go over because it's happening in the same week.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yep.
I mean, it was a good strategy. That's what we did with the first Monerotopia, right? We did it in Miami, right next to the Bitcoin conference, literally down the block, very strategically located.
Yeah, yep.
But I don't even know that, like how many people, we didn't poll that many. Most of the people that were there were coming from Monero anyway. And then that was the plan with Monerotopia in Argentina when we were going to try to do it there and do it right next to La BitConf. So it's a good strategy. Anon7 tip 31 cents. Hello, Douglas and company. Thanks for doing the great show. To folks in Sweden, especially the Stockholm area, please check the Monero map at XMRBazaar to find me and others around here for more Monero cash trades. Let's get the Monero circular economy going here. Yeah, 100%.
Oh, I see. Soliciting through the super chats.
Yeah, smart.
Basically paid for an advertisement slot.
I'm all for it. Let me bring it up. Let's see what he's talking about here. Is he on the map? So Tux, you saw this, right? We added a new layer to the map.
I did, yeah. Took a look at it.
So we have the Monero near me. Oh, wow. Look at this. I have not checked this in a while.
Oh, what's in the U.S.? I haven't seen this. I think I took a look at it a couple weeks ago when it first came out.
There's me. Hit me up, guys, if you're in the New York area. I like this guy on the border. He's right in Texas.
Yeah, what's that guy doing? Is he on the border of U.S. Mexico?
Yeah, he's like, I could go either.
You.
Yeah. Pay me a Monero and I'll take you across the border. Who's this guy? Cypher idiot? What is it? In Binghamton. Okay. I wonder if that's the same guy selling his property. Actually, we could tell. Let's see. View profile. No, it's not the guy who's selling his property.
THC infused coconut oil.
Yeah. So yeah, this is cool. And let's see. This guy said he's in Sweden. So this must be.
Does somebody have to opt into the local sale for it to show up on the map? I'm guessing.
Yeah, you just got to check a box on your profile that you want to be on the Monero near me map, and then you just check like, oh whoa, look at this. This is all Monero near me. There's 8 people in Stockholm.
That's a lot.
That is fantastic.
Well, relatively compared to the other areas.
I mean, yeah, that's a nice little. We need that in every city, right? Every major city.
What is all the everything that's being offered there? Like, is it food or?
No. This is just the Monero near me. So this is everybody that's opted to be contacted as like cash for Monero trades.
Oh, I see. Okay. Wow. Okay. So if you want to buy KYC free Monero, you've got several options in Stockholm.
Although, wait, actually, no, something's wrong here. Because it's showing the listing. It shouldn't be showing the... Maybe this is a bug, actually. Monero near me. Yeah, here we go. So these are all the Monero near me. So it's one guy here in Sweden. Before it was showing all the listings. So that's even people that were just posting stuff for sale in Sweden. Now it's just Monero near me. So yeah, these are people that are willing to be contacted for buying Monero for cash, selling Monero for cash, local product services, meetups. So yeah, I guess this is this guy here. Here he is in Stockholm. You can hit him up. He's willing to be contacted for cash to Monero trades. Very cool. Very cool. But yeah, it's just in your profile. You just check a box, and then that puts you on the Monero near me map as somebody that's willing to be contacted. You don't have to give your exact location. It's just, whatever city you list as being. You could obviously change it whenever you want. Maybe you're going to a new city. You could list yourself as being willing to be DM'd for being in a certain location and open to trading cash for Monero or Monero for cash.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very nice. That makes it easy to discover who's near you. Hopefully, you start seeing more people use that, especially in the U.S.
Yeah, I think it's simple, right? And then it keeps it completely peer-to-peer. The platform's not involved. We can't be accused of being involved.
Unless we got some boosted posts on the main screen now.
Oh, yeah, we got people using boosts.
Hopefully nothing too insane.
Yeah, nothing
Steam gift card, seed phrase, steel capsule kit.
Ashley Jones, she's a controversial figure.
Really?
She's got a warning. Do you know her? Have you heard of her?
No.
Okay, she does some interesting posts. I don't even know what her warning was for. I don't forget what she did.
What is that? What does the warning mean?
She had put up something like, basically fringe illegal. I don't even know. I don't remember what it was, but
this is a real person.
I think so, man. She's like she does some pretty edgy stuff.
I will call anyone you want, real female voice. Talk and text with me. I will be your friend, internet girlfriend. Okay.
Oh yeah, she put up some really weird. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even gonna talk about what it was, but there was some posts where it was like she was helping a certain subset of people improve their reputation online. The type of people that would direly need help improving their reputation online. I won't say anything beyond that.
Interesting.
It was like as controversial. Yeah, it was like. So she's very edgy, interesting person, very creative. She's on XMRBazaar all the time.
Really? So I can pay this person to be an actress.
I'll be
video
your video
spokesman. Hire me as your actress.
Yeah. Ashley Jones. She's a power user of XMRBazaar.
Wow.
Oh, and then we added a fundraiser. Looks better on the phone than up here. You can't even really see it. But we added a fundraiser. So we're trying to raise 60 Monero. Basically, that covers the initial investment made into XMRBazaar over the last... It's really been like 3 years. So it was in development for a year. Then we went live like a year ago. It's been in development ever since. So 60 XMR was the on the low end, the amount that I invested into all the development costs, paying Aaliyah, paying Anarchio, paying anybody that helped us out along the way for various things, designer. So thought is if we could raise some funds, get to break even, and then from here on out, we should be good. We'll have the boosts. We'll try to add some more, things that can pull in some revenue, and then that should balance us out. That should keep us, profitable moving forward. But yeah, really hoping to raise the funds for the fundraiser so that we actually get to break even. Otherwise, that's going to take a very long time for XMRBazaar to reach break even in the first place. And you get a badge. You get a badge when you donate, which is cool.
Cool. Very nice.
So a lot of people donated already.
It actually reflects on your profile.
Yeah. So if you donate, you could donate as little as 0.01 XMR. That makes you a supporter. That's the lowest badge. 0.1 makes you a resistor. That's like a silver heart. 1 Monero, you're a liberator. That's a gold. And then a founding father is 10 XMR. Nobody took the founding father yet.
It's a big one.
What is this one? This guy did. He kind of like hacked our thing over here. Sir, is this a size? Oh, he did much less than 0.01. He did like the minimum amount of Monero possible to donate. But yeah, a lot of people. We got some 1 XMR donations.
Wow, very nice. Very nice.
Yeah. Which is very nice. Thank you to...
Oh, look, there's one from Ashley Jones. I only donated so that I could get another icon.
Yeah, exactly. She's hilarious. You're very funny, but it's just, not family friendly, I'll put it that way. Very creative person. Yeah, who do we got to thank here? Obviously thank everybody, but the 1 XMR people. So we have XMR is Cash. Gave us
So when was this feature added? I wasn't aware of the new donation badge feature.
We just launched it a couple days ago.
Oh, okay, cool.
At PorkFest. We announced
very nice.
it. iDrive, thank you very much. These are to everybody that donated 1 Monero. These are kind of, I guess, our most active XMRBazaar users. Bawdy Zebra, is that the Bawdy? I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know.
Let me read committed to the Monero.
Bawdy is a very generous guy. Well, thank you to Bawdy Zebra. Greatly appreciate that. And Ask You Gossip, who's not super active, but donated 1 Monero. Greatly appreciate it. Maybe they do more buying than selling.
Oh, of course we have chat from Shortwave Surfer saying Nihilist did a blog about pricing directly in Monero. Yes, thank you, Shortwave. Pricing directly in Monero.
Let me bring up the last one. Cacao 21, also 1 Monero. So yeah,
Cacao 21. Yeah, got some
very generous.
Some
Thank you to everybody else too. I think it's cool, right? You get a little badge. Obviously, it's great for us. We can earn back all the Monero we spent developing.
And people can pay to boost their posts now.
Pay to boost your posts. Oh, and then we also added bonds. Bonding is actually live.
Oh, is that live now?
I have not pushed it just because I wanted to kind of slowly roll things out. I don't want to so I think this week I'll start pushing it, advertising it, letting people know. But yeah, if you're an XMRBazaar power user, you can find your way around. You'll see it. There's a way to purchase a bond on XMRBazaar. That will give you yet another badge showing that you're bonded.
I think the bonds will become the default way that people will.
I think so. Yeah.
Do trades instead of because like the multi-sig, the Noxel multi-sig is really cool, but it is like not user friendly. Like if you don't know what you're doing, it's going to be a little confusing.
Exactly.
And the bond is much simpler, much easier. There's a little more trust involved, but it's reasonable for most people, I'd say.
Yeah, I could. I'll demo it maybe next week to bring more attention to it. But like I said, those that are power users, you could do it now. It's actually very easy to do. Narcio did a great job, and it's very cool. So then you see on the profile of somebody's. I mean, when you're checking out, because it's not per profile. Oh, no, actually, no. Yeah, it is per profile. So it's the person is being bonded, not the listing. So you could get a bond of 1 Monero. You could get a bond of 10 Monero. I think we made that the max, actually.
Wow.
It's 10 Monero. It's the largest bond.
It's a lot,
actually, it's going to become its own market. So like escrow. So we could eventually open it up to where it's built in such a way where any user can become a bond seller, right?
Oh,
so right
okay.
now, I'm the only bond seller because people, obviously, I'm well known. I'm probably not going to rug you because I want XMRBazaar to succeed. So I am the first bond holder. I am the one holding these bonds.
So if I wanted to, I could set up my profile to become a bond holder as well.
Right. I don't know how many people are going to trust you. Obviously, Tux, I think you'd probably do pretty well. People would trust you. And then you can set the rates for your bond. You can set how much you're willing to allow people to buy a bond for, because maybe you don't want to hold 100 Monero, right? Maybe you make a smaller bond. You could set the fee that you're going to charge. So you could, right now I have it set where you get charged 0.1 Monero to hold to buy a 6-month bond. And then you have to re-up it after 6 months. You have to just send another 0.1 to keep the bond going. So let's say you wanted to bond yourself for 1 Monero, you would send 1.1 Monero. And now you're bonded for 1 Monero. The 0.1 goes towards the fee. And now you're bonded for 6 months. If somebody wants to come and create their own bonding, sell their own bonds, they can make their fee even less potentially. Right now, I'm the only bondholder. We'll see. I think we'll keep it like that for a while, but maybe we have the ability to open it up. Like it's built in such a way where it can be
that's sweet
opened up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, should be cool. And then it actually keeps track too. So like if you go, let's say you purchased a 1XMR bond, you're selling whatever. You're selling cheese. You're selling I don't know anything. When I go to check out, and if you're selling cheese for 0.2 Monero, it's going to show the amount of bond that's available. So if nobody else is like currently going through a transaction with you, then you'll have the full 1 Monero bond available. But if you have like 5 other customers that are also trying to buy cheese at the same time, it will show how much of that bond is already being used up and being held for that other, for the other purchasers. So that right? Because you might be holding a 1XMR bond, but you're doing business with 3 other people right now. So it shows you what percentage of the bond is available at that time.
I see.
And then you can look to see if it covers the full cost of whatever you're buying. And so obviously it's up to the users to then take that risk, right? If they see that somebody has a 1XMR bond and they're selling something that's worth 1.1 XMR, are they going to take the risk and try to buy it anyway? They'll be covered for at least up to 1 Monero. Obviously, smarter thing is to make sure that you're always fully covered, the 100% before you purchase.
I see. So this works a little differently than I thought it was going to in my head. I assumed it was a system that required the seller to put up a bond, basically. So a bond that would be is that how it's working, or am I understanding it?
Yeah. The sellers buy the bonds. Anybody who's selling anything. Yeah, I guess I'm not being clear. Anybody who's selling anything on XMRBazaar can now buy a bond, and it shows on their profile, and it shows on all their listings. And now me, as a buyer, if I go to buy something off you, I will see that you're bonded, and then I'll also see, depending on your listing, you're selling your bicycle for 1 Monero, and I'll see, he's bonded. He's only bonded for 0.5 Monero. So should I take the risk and buy the bicycle? Or I see that he's bonded for 10 Monero. Okay, no problem. I'll buy the bicycle. And then it also even takes into account whether or not the buyer is already engaged. The seller is already engaged with other buyers. Because if they have a 1XMR bond, but they're currently making transactions with 3 other people, then
there's not gonna be enough bond to cover all of them if you decide
exactly.
to.
And that's all taken into account. So you'll see it on the listing. It shows.
This is definitely very good if you're like a new seller and you want to get a lot of trust quickly. You just buy up as much bond as you need to cover all of your listings.
Right. Yeah, and it's it's very low risk for the sellers. I'm the bondholder, right? So I'm not going to fleece you. I'm not going to steal your bond because then XMRBazaar is over, right?
It's like seller and buyer protection.
Right.
We got another super
and
chat
you pay
here.
a small fee, right? And you pay a fee that covers the, So for some people, it should be worth the investment, I would think.
Yeah, no, I would definitely, if I was selling, I would probably do that even if I sold like as myself online. I'd probably do some. And then of course if I'm buying, I would like to have that assurance, because it's Monero. Once you send things to people, it's final. There's no chargeback or anything. So if you want to have any amount of protection, then using the bond is a nice way to do that. So
right, you could still use direct pay, but it's like silly to do so with bonding existing now.
It's you might as well just.
And then we also obviously still have the escrow, and escrow is constantly, we're constantly improving it, but it's just not super slick. Like bonding will feel like direct pay. You just send Monero, you buy it.
The escrow is, like, to be fair, it's really cool, and it's kind of a cool first use of a system like that for a marketplace. I don't think anything else has tried it. But yeah, it's a lot clunkier compared to the bonding. It is technically less custodial than the bonding, so the bonding has a little more trust involved, but the bonding's gonna be a much smoother experience for new people who just want to have some buyer protection. So
right. And if anybody's wondering why we're doing it this way, because this avoids us being labeled a money transmitter in any way. Obviously with the escrow, because we're using multi-sig escrow, XMRBazaar is never technically a party, is never holding anyone's Monero. And now with the bonding, XMRBazaar technically is not a party to the transaction. Rather, you're buying a bond.
An individual.
Right, from an individual. Even if you're buying from XMRBazaar, it's still technically, based on my analysis, where you're not a money transmitter, right? You're buying a bond. You're not the platform isn't partaking in the transaction, isn't holding the Monero, isn't a third party to the transaction. You're just buying a bond. But even beyond that, you're not actually buying a bond from XMRBazaar. You're buying a bond from the bond sellers. I just happen to be the first one. Should we get these XMR chats up here? Did we get this one?
Yeah. Neil has tipped $3.46. Shout out to Shortwave Surfer. Yep, I'm now pricing my rewards for contributions to the OPSEC Bible and XMR directly, trying to motivate people to do the same. The more people that do that, the easier it will be to unwind the fiat thinking mind control. Cheers. Nice. Now this one, I don't know if we have any rules about this. This is like a lot more direct solicitation than the first super chat. XMR bar $10. Cool, check out XMR bar to play dice.
If somebody's bringing up
The only reason it's questionable is because it's a new gambling website that I've never heard of.
Well, I've actually been talking to these guys actually.
Oh, really?
So I know I know they are fun, and they might. I don't want to announce anything yet, but. Funny that they're doing this right now. But overall, in general, I mean, as long as people aren't abusing it and it's Monero related, sure, we'll bring up the things you want to shill. Sure. I mean, if you're sending like 1 cent and you're trying to shill some like shit coin, probably not gonna really pay that much attention to it. But this is Monero-based service.
Doug says it's 100% legit. Definitely, certainly.
I will not get scammed. I'm not saying 100% legit. Proceed with caution. I will say I'm talking with these guys, and so I'm trying to help them make it 100% legit.
Okay,
I'll put it that way.
It's hard to do with online gambling, but there are some things you can do to get some trust.
Yes. And I have no intention of being
promoting
part of the project. Just maybe consulting with them, right?
Gotcha.
Like being, So if they want to come advertise, once I've confirmed that they are legit, I'm open to doing that. We might even, but I'll talk more about that later on how I intend on helping make them legit. I mean, I think Personally, I don't gamble. Like, it's never been like my whole, like, it's never really been an interesting thing to me. Like, whenever I've been exposed to it, even when I go to Vegas, I don't sit down. You know, I'll do a little for fun. I'll throw something on the roulette table. But thankfully, I don't have that addictive gambling thing going on in my brain at all. Like, I gamble in real life, right? like running for Congress as the Monero candidate, being 100%, potentially 100% Monero, being, you know.
Someone said stop hating on gambling, Tux. Hey, I didn't say anything. It's gambling. Yeah. I don't want to gamble personally myself, but
yeah, I'm not opposed to people using their Monero for it. I think it's a fun, entertaining use case, as long as they're not using services that are just gonna rug them. Yeah,
it just needs to be legit. And like, I mean, part of the reason I don't gamble is I don't like the predatory. It's just like inherently predatory, but. I will say when I went to Vegas, you know, I had to do the thing. I put $5 in the slot machine, pulled the lever, got nothing, but you know, I had to do it anyway.
I mean, it's not people opt into it like anything else, right?
No, they do, but like the gambling industry is inherently like predatory in how it works, and how, especially in a physical place like Vegas, it's just designed to constantly keep you in.
Of course. But it's the free market, man. You didn't need to go to Vegas in the first place, right? Like, it's like people are getting on, they're going there, and you're going to gambling land, you know? Expect, you know, I don't know. I get what you're saying. Yeah, they definitely, the way it's built, it takes advantage of people, especially, it takes advantage of stupid people, let's be honest, right?
Vegas is built on losers.
Yeah, you go to you go to the corner stores here in New York City. You walk into any one of these places any time of the day, and you'll see somebody there doing the scratch-off cards and like playing the numbers, and they keep going and they're playing more, and you could tell like they're using their whatever money they made that day working. It's like very sad. So in that respect, you want to be responsible. You don't want people to get access to it that are gonna destroy themselves. But from a free market standpoint, if people want to gamble their Monero for entertainment, I'm not ethically opposed to people doing whatever they want with their Monero, as long as they're not hurting other people, right? Did we get this last one?
And on 7 tip 31 cents. Hi again. I think you have a bug in how these chats are shown. My tip was 0.001 XMR, and this one is 0.001 XMR again. But you displayed it with some $, and said something about cents. I don't know what $, or cents is. My tips are in XMR. Well, I think that's
shortwave.
I think Doug would have to. Yeah, that's definitely shortwave. Doug would have to change the setting on XMRChat. You can do this, by the way. If you go in your XMRChat dashboard, you can change it so that it only shows up as XMR instead of US or whatever currency. So, if Doug wants to change that, he can.
Yeah, we could do that. But like, even XMRBazaar sending the $10, we're just not there yet. We're not there where people can instantly look at whatever it is, 0.013 Monero, and like really be able to value it.
Allow the user who's donating to tell how pick how their donation's displayed.
All right, yeah, I think we could.
So then Shortwave Surfer can be happy, and then if someone else wants to send like $100 and have it show up as $100 US, well, they can do that too.
I think we could do that easily enough. I'll put that on my to-do list of features for various things.
Bawdy once went to Vegas. My buddy insisted we immediately hit the roulette. 100 on red, bro. 100 on red. So we hit up the Bellagio. That's a nicer one. Took a spin. The damn ball landed not red, not even black, green. Wow.
That's the way it goes. That 0 and 00 really throws off the probability.
Shortwave Surfer 2009 said, once in a while, I will toss 10 MXMR on Monero.Vegas. Very nice. I didn't know that was still a thing, Monero.Vegas.
Have you seen XMR.bar?
I just opened it to take a look. It's got like a chat on the side, and it's pretty simple. Pretty simple, yeah. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, it's a dice betting site. Here, I'll quickly bring.
I'm still wondering what happened to XMR.GG. That seemed I I think that kind of put a bad taste in my mouth. They basically months ago they went air quote under construction and haven't come back since.
Yeah, and actually they hit me up behind the scenes, but I haven't really interacted with them. But XMRBazaar I've been talking to for a while. Actually, I got them to add this chat, the troll box, which I think is great, right? So like otherwise you're
Makes
just
it
there,
social.
you're betting.
Yeah.
Yeah, this gives you more of a reason to stick around. They actually did a very nice job integrating it. But what's nice about it is provably fair. It's provably fair. It's simple. It's just dice. But it's actually pretty cool. I mean, that was one of the first apps for Bitcoin was Satoshi Dice. Satoshi Dice did very, very well in the early days of Bitcoin. Did very well. And obviously, I think Monero makes more sense for purposes of if you are to gamble. I would think it'd make more sense to use Monero. But yeah, pretty simple. Simple user interface, provably fair. Place your bet. Send it, and then with each new block, a new roll takes place. We could talk about it more another day, but
Doug's gambling live stream. You gonna start doing gambling streams?
I don't think so, man. Like I said, I'm really not. That's why I also don't. I don't trade either. Like I don't know. I don't have that part of my brain. Thankfully, I don't play video. I'm not like addicted to video games.
I'm gonna start seeing these steak sponsorships. It's XMR.bar. They were gonna replace steak. Yeah, you see everyone gets sponsored by steak, like all these big YouTubers. It's this massive gambling website.
Hey, listen, if XMRBazaar gets big
XMR.
enough, sure. I mean, XMR.
It's a little close.
I know. It's a good name. I mean, it's kind of random, but interesting, I guess. Yeah, I did try. Obviously, I've tried it out. It's pretty easy. You just send the Monero. But yeah, it's not something that gives me kicks. I was saying it would be cool to add, like a brain teaser element to it. So I don't know if you've ever done any of these like brain training games on apps. Have you ever tried out any of those? It's like quick math, subtraction, addition.
Oh yeah,
things like that.
Like, yeah, yep.
Like little brain teaser games where you play it for like 30 seconds, right? I was thinking it'd be cool to add an element like that. So you have the gambling element, plus you have like kind of a game of skill element, and then you can have a leaderboard showing people who's winning. And it could be like if you win a bet, after you win, you have the option of doing the game teaser element to increase your prize or completely lose your prize. So it's like a way to kind of bet again on your bet, like to double down. But with the
so you can get even more mad when you lose because it's partially your fault.
Yeah, but at least it's adding some skill element. I thought that would be cool, and then it's like another reason that it kind of justifies the wasting your money on gambling because at least you're partaking in this brain training exercise. I think it's kind of.
Doug's gonna start a casino at some point.
I'm gonna revolutionize.
He's gonna open a Monero, in New York City.
I'm gonna make gambling good for you. We'll be just teasing people's brains. It's not the worst idea, man. Right? I mean, imagine people spending all these days at casinos. It'd be great if they at least walked away with a trained brain doing little math puzzles for 12 hours.
We'll get him to optimize FCMP++ while they're gambling.
They're doing hashes. All right, yeah. Let's move it along. We could do the price report because do we have our special guest? Not yet, but they'll be coming up.
No. But yeah, we can go and jump into
what is this XMRBazaar poked room one day? I don't even know what that means.
Poker room.
Oh, poker. Okay.
Just autocorrecting.
Got it. Yeah. I was thinking chess. It'd be cool to add chess to XMRBazaar.
There you go.
That'd be cool, right? All right, guys, moving along. But I am having a great time with XMRBazaar. Very excited about it. Oh, and it was cool at PorkFest. I got to present on stage, on the main stage. Right after Ross. Ross was there, by the way. We didn't even talk about that. Ross Albright was at PorkFest.
No, it was being streamed to this section at Monerotopia. I didn't get to see it because
cool.
I was in the cake booth, but it was kind of outside, and there were some people who were watching it.
Yeah, at least they saw the Ross thing. That was very cool. I mean, we had to like go up with the phone and film it, and then so obviously it's not the best quality, but it was cool. I mean, it was packed. Everybody came to watch the Ross talk. I was right after, but then everybody cleared out because like he ended early, and then they're like, oh, we just need 10 minutes to like fix the stage. So like after 10 minutes, everybody had cleared out. And I wish they would have made an announcement like Doug Tuman coming up next, stick around, learn about Monero. Instead they're just like, everybody's like, oh man, it's hot in here. Let's get out of here. Like shit.
I got to go back and watch everything now.
Yeah, but people did come back in, and I presented on Monero and XMRBazaar. It was really cool. It was cool that I got to do it right after Ross. And I met Ross. Shook his hand, said hello. I only had a brief moment with him. Most people did, like, he was very hard to get a hold of.
I'm sure. I mean, people are probably, like, clawing to,
they snuck him in. And, he wasn't hanging around PorkFest at all. They just brought him in right before his talk, for security reasons. He's a high-profile figure now, which is kind of unfortunate for him, right? Like, he went from being in prison for 10 years to now like being a celebrity, which
basically
kind of like a prison, another form of prison in a way. Like it's not ideal, especially for certain personalities. I feel like Ross has the personality of somebody who doesn't really want to be.
He's a very good speaker though. So.
Oh yeah, he's great speaker. Maybe he gets political. I mean, I don't know, or maybe he's too cypherpunk to get political, but.
Now the real question: Did he say anything about Monero? Did you ask him about?
Yeah. Well, so I only had a moment, and I caught him because I was down running the tent. I knew he was coming up soon. I was like, let me go. I had to run up to my room, and I was staying literally right on the PorkFest grounds this year, which was really cool in the motel. Where to the point where I could just like walk back up the hill, and I'm in my room, and like from my room I could see what's going on at our tent. So I went back up to the room, and I saw him just arriving and getting out of the car. He had a room right next to mine. Apparently, they had just a place for him to stay before he went to give the talk. So I happened to see him. I was like, "Oh, there's Ross." I'm like, "Let me not bother him, but maybe I could just kind of hang out over here, and this will be the way he walks down to the stage." And sure enough, when he came to go walk down to the stage, I was like the first person he bumped into. Gave him approached him slowly, put my hands up. I was like, "Hey man, just want to quickly say hello. I know everybody's going to be inundating you. I don't want to bother you. Just want to say hello." I'm like, Doug Tuman. I was like, I'm speaking right after you. Actually, I'm giving a talk on Monero and XMRBazaar. And then he said, I forget the exact phrase, but he was basically like, "Oh yeah," he's like, You guys are doing things the smart way now, essentially, is what he said. Like comparing Silk Road to XMRBazaar, meaning like
what is that supposed to be? The smart way?
Yeah, and I am misphrasing, but the gist of it was that he was aware of XMRBazaar. I don't know if he had heard of XMRBazaar, like actually knew what it was beforehand, or if he just put it all together when I said XMRBazaar, and he just knew that it was obviously like an open bazaar thing, right? Or maybe he knew. I mean, because I've spoken to his like mom quite a bit, so it's very possible that she's told him about it, or maybe he just knew. He looked on the schedule, he saw that we're talking about it. But whatever, he made a comment basically comparing Silk Road to what we're doing with XMRBazaar, saying you guys are doing it the right way this time, right? Like it's not a dark market.
There's no Schedule 1 drugs.
Yeah, you're using people are still using digital cash to buy things. It's still an open and free market, but for legal goods and services, right?
With a private currency.
He does regret doing.
Yeah.
He regrets doing it. Obviously, it was a great experiment. He was an extremist in his agorist values, right? And he went for it. But overall, he regrets it. mostly because he got put in jail, right? But I think also ethically, I think he kind of feels like maybe it wasn't the right thing to do to provide a platform for people to. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that's my feel with him, and talking with his mother, I've heard her kind of say that as well, right? And obviously that's what he would have to claim as well, right? Because he was looking to get out. You can't be like, well, I did it, I didn't, I don't regret it, and I was right. Like, right? if you want to get out and you want to say, yes, I apologize, I was wrong, it was stupid of me to do. So it was cool that he made that comment. And then actually I had a Noto in my hand because, like I said, I had a feeling I was going to bump into him. So I brought up a Noto with me. It was the Noto, the 001 Noto, the first Noto.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, hey man, I want to give you something. This is a Monero Noto. It's like literally the first edition, the first one ever produced. If you're interested, willing to take it, and you're going to use it, I'm like, please have it. And he's like, what? He's like, what is that? Like he had no. He's like, what's? And mind you, I didn't have much time with him, right? So now I'm like trying to onboard him to Noto. I'm like, it's a Monero node. I'm like, it's like a Bitcoin node. I'm like, it's a plug and play node. You plug it in, and now you're running your own node. He's like, and once again, not exact phrasing, but he was like, like I'm not too technical these days. I probably, maybe it would be better for somebody else to have it, type of thing.
Mm-hmm. He probably wouldn't really know what to do. I mean, he lost like a whole more than a decade of interaction with like rapidly growing technology. So
yeah, but he knows what a Bitcoin node.
Yeah, he knows.
He was there from the early day. He was running.
I imagine his priorities now, like he's kind of stuck with just going around doing like interacting with people, doing interviews. He probably doesn't have time for his own, a lot of his own, little things here and there, because everyone's clawing to get an interview with him and get a word from him and all this stuff. So
those are the only things I got in with him. I didn't, and then obviously I was like, I would love to pick your brain about things, but I don't want to bother you. And I was like, thank you so much. You're a living legend for what you did. And that was it.
Yep. Nice. Yeah, or he's more of a family man now. Neil has tipped 123. Question to Doug: what are your thoughts on open sourcing XMRBazaar.com? I've been thinking about making a federated style XMRBazaar where people run their own instance to try to decentralize further on the server side.
Yeah, I mean, at some point we'll fully open source it. I like the idea of consolidating around a platform because that's how you get the network effect. But I'm certainly not opposed to it.
I think federating could be useful for something like this, especially.
So yeah, I don't know, how would that work? What would that look like?
Well, it's kind of like I know there's an attempt to make Kuno federated. I don't know if that ever actually ended up really working. But I'd seen it in action for a brief period of time when Anarchio was trying to get it to work. And it would basically be anyone can host an XMRBazaar server, and all these servers can basically interact with each other. So you can see everything on every server, essentially. If that makes sense, right? So even if I'm on the Tux.pizza XMRBazaar, I can see everything from XMRBazaar.com as well, and vice versa. So it's just decentralizing a little bit more.
I think maybe that's what Open Bazaar was kind of. I think that's kind of how it was built, the original Open Bazaar. I could be wrong. No, actually, no. You had to run your own client. No. Open Bazaar wasn't that. Definitely not opposed to that. I would like to get our funding first before we fully open source it. So then we're just getting paid for all the development work that we put into it. And then
that would be a lot of work switching to a federated model if it's been designed around a centralized database right now. So that would take a bit of work, but it's possible.
Yeah, and then the other reason why it just hasn't happened yet is because really Anarchio is just focused on iterating launching these features as we need them. And it's going to take him a minute to properly clean things up. He's already put some time into that. We had a couple of months ago, we had him stop everything he was doing and kind of clean things up so it'd be ready to properly open source, but yeah, he's not there yet. He's still got to do some other things. He's focusing on other features. He's doing an amazing job, and I don't want to slow him down, and he's doing a fantastic job. And we're almost at the point where, like, all right, we've reached a kind of a resting period, a little bit of a plateau. We got all the basic bells and whistles that we need, and then we could, take a step back and focus on other aspects. But that's the other reason too. And yeah, obviously, reason I like to open source it as well, so people can contribute, can more easily contribute. Right, we'll have it as a proper project on GitHub. People can make commits. I'll be honest with you, Anarchio is a little apprehensive about wanting to have the project. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I don't know what the hell just happened here. Jesus Christ.
Technical difficulties.
This thing, like, completely. Sorry, guys. He's a little apprehensive about doing it in a way where people are, like, adding commits, and then he's the maintainer that's actually accepting the commit. I don't know why. I don't really understand it, so I'm, like, in the process of trying to convince him of going down this route. I don't know, Tux, you've dealt with him, right? You understand where I'm coming from with I need to be, like, keep him on the right track. So we'll get him there. We'll get him there. But yeah, Tux, what do you think about that, right? I mean, obviously that would be ideal, right? So then more people can contribute to it.
That's what should happen. And
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it should be
totally
open source,
down
should
for
be a
that.
repo on some Git software so people can open issues and people can contribute and stuff. So
Yeah,
that's
what
the
we have.
ideal.
That's what we have for XMRChat. Obviously, that's what Cake Wallet has. That's what every respected project in Monero land has, right? So that being said, you can see the code, right? Like, there's no risk with XMRBazaar. We're never holding your wallets or anything. So from that standpoint, like, you could fully trust XMRBazaar because you're not taking any risk. We never hold your Monero. Anything like that. So it's not like you got to, like, fully audit it to make sure, you're not whatever. But yes, we would like to get it to the point where it could be a true free open source project that the community can participate in and commit to. We'll get there. Right now, just focused on the basics, getting it up and running, and we're doing a good job on that. We got traction. We have a few more little features we want to add. We're adding integration with Trocador. So that's going to be the next.
Oh, very nice. So
integration.
people can pay with like Litecoin or Bitcoin, and it'll convert to Monero.
Yes, exactly.
Awesome.
So people can pay essentially with whatever cryptos we add, right? Trocador has, like, a ton of cryptos, so we'll give you a decent option there. All the ones that are most used today for buying things, right? Like Bitcoin Cash, Litecoin, whatever it is. And yeah, so they can pay with any crypto. It gets auto transferred into Monero. So sellers always receive Monero, right? So we keep it that way. We want to keep it that way. So it becomes a great way for people to always earn Monero. But if you only have Dogecoin and you want to go buy something on XMRBazaar, now you can. So it brings in more liquidity, and actually it helps Monero because it moves more money into Monero, right? Nat is asking, what about the ability to use our own PGP keys and not the ones you can do that. You can use your own PGP keys, as far as I understand. You don't have to use the ones we generate. There is a way to do that. If you reach out to Aaliyah, she could, I guess, show you how to do that. And we'll be adding a .onion address. People have been asking that left and right. Yeah, we're definitely adding that. It's just not. He's focusing on other things, and I'm not technical enough to give you reasoning. But when I've asked him numerous times to add a .onion, and he's like, well, I just have to do all these different steps to make it happen. I thought it was just as simple as, like, pointing it to it, but there's some things he has to do on the back. Yeah.
I don't know what those would be because I don't think it would be much work. But I haven't touched XMRBazaar for a long time. So.
I could send you his reasoning, but yeah. So it's on the to-do list. He'll do it. We even got a vanity, I think, .onion. We were able to grab.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
Yeah. So. All right, man. Let's move along. Let's get Bawdy up here. Now we've gone like too long in our stalling because we have our special guest is ready. Shit. So hopefully they don't mind sitting around a little bit. Let's get Bawdy up here. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to Exolix.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
Morning, gentlemen.
Yo,
What's
GM
up?
Bawdy.
Morning,
It's
Bawdy.
been a minute. I think I haven't been on here for like a month.
Yeah, welcome back.
You've been on the road.
Let's
Oh, by the way,
see.
this shirt was purchased at PorkFest with Monero.
Very nice.
Sorry, I'm getting a couple of extra things set up here. Okay, ready to go now. Yeah, how was I came on the show a bit late. How was MoneroCon?
Tux.
He's eating. I could hear the fork and the plate in the background.
He said it was awesome. Similar
Oh,
crowd
there
to
we go.
last year. Yeah.
Sorry, I had to unplug my microphone so I could tighten it back around the mount. It got loose. Yeah, it was good. It was similar to last year. Felt pretty much the same. Same people for the most part, but it was fine. It went pretty well.
Cool. Interesting dev stuff going on. All the stuff we already know about mostly.
Yeah, like nothing. There was some interesting talks I need to go back and listen to. Like there was one about Greece, which is
Yes,
an
I had
L2.
him on.
Yeah,
Yesterday,
you
by
actually
the way.
had him on the show recently. So there were some
So-
interesting dev stuff. I don't think there was much on FCP++. I'll have to go look back and see what was uploaded.
I think Justin Ernhofer gave like a good talk on the status.
Oh, really?
At least that's what he was in.
Justin E?
That's what he was in the schedule for. I
Oh,
didn't see
okay.
the talk, but
I'll have
that's-
to. Well, I mean, he wasn't there. Maybe it was remote.
Oh, okay. Must have been remote. Okay.
Cool.
Interesting. And then Bawdy PorkFest was definitely a success as well. I don't know if you heard all that jazz, but it was.
Yeah, I heard you. I heard you were able to get a moment with Ross. That's cool.
Yeah.
I was
It was
thinking,
great.
The other thing too is like he's got a lot of Bitcoin. Like even if he wasn't able to figure out a way to save something from the Silk Road, he has a lot of Bitcoin just from donations. So
Yeah.
he's definitely a
Well,
high profile, like kind of rich list guy already.
Yeah, they
So
sent
he's got a
him
bunch of
30
content.
mil, right? Which is what I wanted to say on stage. If I was supposed to go on right like after him, and I was going to try to say it in the right way, but like, it might have been better if they sent you some Monero instead of 30 mil of Bitcoin, right? In terms of privacy and security, right? Because he had his donation address up there, and now as the incident happened, it was like, look, they sent Ross $30 million. Like.
That's
Not-
true,
not
but
i-
also
not
maybe
ideal.
not, because at least they can see on chain and be like, well, this doesn't look like it came from. I mean, like everything came from Silk Road or through Silk Road at some point, but not recently at least. So it maybe.
What do you say?
Maybe it's better that he got it on a transparent. What I'm saying is that maybe it's better he got it on a transparent chain, because if a bunch of money had showed up in Monero, they might have asked like, well, where did this come from, and did you manage to hide some Silk Road coins, et cetera, et cetera. Now he's got a full pardon, so I guess that shouldn't matter, but still, it's like you just don't
Yeah,
want
it
to.
shouldn't matter. I mean, I'm allowed to get donations, right? And I'll just say somebody donated it to me.
A lot of things shouldn't matter, but
Yeah, receiving Bitcoin, he could be like, yo, this was genuinely a donation. This has nothing to do with the Silk Road. You can check the chain analysis on it if you want. You know, like there's not too many cases necessarily where it might be better to receive transparent coin, but it's kind of like Arctic Mind says. He's like, listen, get on the exchange and buy your clean Bitcoin off the exchange, and then there's no question later on when you need to cash out.
Yeah.
So it's
although
like
we definitely don't want to normalize that because you know,
not at all.
That should not be the way.
It's unfortunate that that's the case, but
yeah.
I mean that all these laws, as you guys well know, like they're not designed to stop terrorists or stop crime. They're all designed to limit your freedom. And at the KYC, AML, with the pretext of AML.
Exactly. Tux, did you run the clip? You did, right?
What clip? The price report?
Yeah,
I did.
Okay. I wasn't paying attention. All right, buddy. Yeah, take it away. I got to fix my microphone over here, and then we'll get the special guest up right after.
Cool. All right, yeah, we're looking at the Monero chart here. Let me get the screen sizing. Okay, so we're still kind of in the pullback phase after having the big shoot up here from the thing that we all know about. Like we said, you know, that was basically going to happen at some point. You know, the price was just ready to go. Like there was just higher lows all the way up, and something was gonna cause it. So, yeah, things are still kind of pulling back. I guess you could say, you know, if we wanted to try and be TA monkeys, we could say that that's a level, a spot. But I also would have said that this was a level and a spot as well. So, yeah, I mean, right now, crypto in general is not making huge movements towards the upside, although stocks seem to be recovering quite nicely. We'll get there in a second. Honestly, I have no opinion about where the Monero price might go at the moment. Probably this is a reasonably good spot to expect a bounce. I think there's a good chance that the consolidation phase is getting closer to an end. And so if Bitcoin is going to move towards the upside and with stocks pumping right now, there's a good chance that crypto is going to start following suit soon. So yeah, maybe Monero can make it back up here to that 360 level in the coming, I don't know, let's just say 4 weeks, 1 to 4 weeks. So it wouldn't surprise me if things shoot up here. It might not, right? It doesn't have to over the next week, but it could. We're starting to enter that window where we could reasonably start to see some rebound on the price action. You know, 350, 380, whatever, something like that. With the Monero Bitcoin price, you can see that we're kind of pulling back, right? Monero's been pulling back relative to Bitcoin and is currently sort of occupying this band structure right here. Normally, again, you would say, hey, that should be a spot for support, but again, I'm just never super convinced that I'm never super convinced that you know, Monero's price action is as reliable on the statistical metrics as some other stuff tends to be. And obviously, you know, because I do think there's still fuckery. There's still, while it's hard for them to print any more paper Monero and sell it on Binance, for example, it's still possible to do little fuckery things with the price. And that's just the name of crypto. Like that's what they just do in crypto in general. But with Monero especially, it seems like. Anyways, yeah, so it's really not too surprising, right? We talked about this horizontal level where we have to go to the weekly to see why this level is important. But oops, my rolling wheel mouse is still rolling. Okay, yeah, so you can see obviously like that's the level that was where Monero versus Bitcoin sort of bottomed out at the last bull market, right? When they pumped the shit out of Bitcoin and they print a bunch of Tether, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, that was the level that things bottomed out. And of course, you know, coming back to that level from the underside is gonna face some pretty stiff resistance there. So that's kind of what happened. Things are pulling back. That doesn't mean the show is over. Hypothetically, things could go up. Although I would say if we're looking for a bullish crypto market, right? If everyone's still got their fingers crossed, hoping and praying for that bull market, and it happens, right? Then that liquidity is going to hit Bitcoin and the other cryptos first, and Monero will sort of get the hand-me-down liquidity after the fact. So, yeah, I mean, the other thing too here with the technical analysis on this chart, we would look at this and say, hey, you know, this level, you're hoping it will hold as support, and then it broke down, and now it's like, yeah, that's a little bit dubious at this moment. Maybe this very bottom, the very, very bottom of the upper standard deviation bands, maybe that could hold reasonably well. But, you know, again, that's just like tea leaves speculation. It's not exactly something you would take to the bank. Especially, you know, when it comes to statistical levels, you have to trade them statistically. How strong is the signal? how much do you want to scale in slowly, and then scale out slowly, right? You find your best ripe opportunities. And I wouldn't I wouldn't necessarily say that this right here is your best statistically ripe opportunity. So anyways, it's a bunch of waffling, right? A bunch of back and forth, but hey, it is what it is. So I guess I was watching this like recently. Qcoin is diverging towards the downside relative to Kraken, but that happened like as of the past 10 minutes while you guys like since the show started. So yeah, I don't know what Qcoin's up to.
Whoa, that's
it's not as big as it seems, right? If we go back,
we scroll
you can see there's significantly more, but it's not small either. We're on the 5-minute chart here, so the only way to really see this reasonably well is to go to narrow time frames, because when you do the calculation, it's measured by either the open, the close, the high, or the low. So we could select any one of those on the inputs. Do I have that? I thought I had a maybe.
To be fair, that's not unlikely for KuCoin.
Yeah, like it's honestly it's really not that much, and this is also the volume weighted price divergences. So let's check out the actual like when we remove the volume adjustment. I bet it's not that much. Maybe, yeah, it just basically goes away. So either they're not doing much volume, or sorry, what's happening is they're a little bit price divergence, and someone's probably moving a bunch of volume on KuCoin at this particular moment. And then Poloniex looking schizophrenic as always. Okay, let's go to the privacy altcoins. I have Tari World down here, which isn't a privacy coin. I actually don't know. Maybe it is, but I have no idea what the hell it is. It's just there as a placeholder to remind me to come over here so we can look at Tari's price, because I don't think I still haven't found it listed on any exchange that I could find on TradingView. So anyways, we could just use CoinGecko. And yeah, I guess they're still looking, hoping, praying for some sort of comeback.
What a shit coin.
Yeah, I mean, too much pre-mine. Like, I can tolerate a reasonable pre-mine. Like 10%, I'm like, if you said 15%, I'd be like, well, for you, Fluffy, we can make an exception. But at 30 or whatever the percents are of the
really
pre-mine,
pushing it.
Yeah, it was a little much. Maybe
when do Paris Hilton's coins unlock?
Yeah, yeah. When does she start dumping? I don't know. She's so rich. Maybe she doesn't need to dump. Like, there was this guy, y'all might have heard of his name, Mr. Hart. He one of the things he says, he's like, listen, whales are great for the price. You don't even realize it. Whales are really great for the price because they're already rich. They don't need to dump on you. They're willing to hold and see their investment go up and up because they don't have to sell. It's the plebs that are bad for price. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but it seemed like there might have been a kernel, right? There could be a kernel of truth in that. So anyways, yeah, Tari's still looking to make a comeback here on the price. I'm sure that it will at some point. The question is when. I don't know. Hopefully not until I get around to buying a bag from someone that's been merge mining it. I'll let you know. I'll let you know when the Tari price can start going up. Actually, that's so taking a step back. It's actually not an uncommon pattern to see a coin launch, pump, right? So Tari made something like a 4x, maybe like a 3x out of the pump, out of their first pump, and then to pull back, right, significantly. And it's only been a month, right? It's slightly more than a month. It's a common pattern to see a coin launch, pump bigly, pull back, sometimes even lower than its launch price, and then at some points in the future, people start to get interested, liquidity comes in, or something happens right in the market, and then people actually end up buying it. So, it's hard to think that any of that pre-mine is just getting dumped on the market. It's difficult to believe that. So I don't exactly know what this downward price action is made out of, but it's not like this is not a high liquidity market. So even small amounts of purchasing or getting listed on an exchange, for example, could shoot that price up. So yeah, I mean, it's not over. Don't pack it in, boys. It's you're still fine. Just like if you've got some Tari and you're like wanting to make a 10x out of that, there's still plenty of opportunity there, especially if you buy now. So not to try and be a advertisement for for Ricardo, but or for Tari, but yeah. Anyways, okay. So here is Xano. Everyone speculating about Xano. I guess technically, they have like assets on their chain, and Tari is still working on getting some like fundamental contracts built out or something like that. I guess I don't know. So maybe for all those people that are out there trading private memes, private non-fungible tokens, maybe Xano's still the chain for them. I don't know. Interesting. It did actually kind of obey this standard deviation level, kind of tagged exactly in that range you would expect to find some support. So yeah, it's moving towards the upside now, especially here with Xano. After such a big movement, regardless of whether it wants to go up and set a new high or just dumps because I don't know, Tari's on the verge of releasing their own private NFTs. Who knows? I don't know if they are on the verge of that, right? Just hypothetically. Anyways, before it does anything, I would expect it to range and just sort of consolidate in the obvious zone there. Other than that, make your own conclusions about Xano. You're welcome, Xano, for for covering you guys after you yelled at me on Twitter for accidentally comparing. I was trying to do for typing
what is
X
this?
and O. They were upset because I typed in XNO, which is nano.
Nano.
And I mean, I don't know. I guess why would it be XNO? Like, I don't know. I guess because X is Z sometimes. Whatever.
Well, X used to be used as the first letter of the tier, right? It was like Bitcoin. BTC used to be XBT, and
yeah, it's weird. They shouldn't. I mean, I guess it makes sense to have like forged your own unique path as BTC, but I mean, if you're trying to be a currency, like you kind of, I don't know, keeping the X moniker seems reasonable, but I don't know, whatever. Okay, we're looking here at Pirate Chain. Pirate Chain doing nothing, consolidating below its below support. So that's not exactly the greatest sign, but whatever. Maybe, hopefully, if some of you guys are looking for a Hail Mary, maybe you'll get it. Probably not yet. Wait till the liquidity comes into the market, right? Wait till, I don't know, JPAL lowers rates or something. Fuck, I don't know, guys. All right, Zcash. Zcash hasn't done much either. Had a little pump, pulling back. These movements, again, like we talked about, Zcash makes pretty big movements, right? That's 90%, almost 100% movement since April, right? From like April or March into May, it made 100% movement to the upside. So I'm going to say that probably this is a combination of low liquidity on Zcash and, I don't know, probably just some kind of background fuckery, right? Some kind of like corporate wheeling and dealing. That's speculative, but I think we have enough heuristics out there to speculate that Zcash has some kind of corporate something going on with the exchanges. So call me a conspiracy theorist if you want. I don't care. That's what I am anyways. Okay, so Bitcoin. Bitcoin's the one everyone cares about, right? Big Daddy coin, abusive daddy coin. And it actually did this like crazy thing this week where it came down, like it just crashed, spiked down, and then it came back up. So I don't know, guys. Like we talked about this level right here. Said, hey, this is kind of an important level. It's a support level, support zone. And it basically it was, and then it crashed down, but then it came right back. So that's what I mean by like kind of the scammy nature of crypto. This was probably to wash people out, to make it look like it was, because that looks terrible. Like that doesn't look like great price action, but at the same time, I think the stock market was actually going up. So I don't see any fundamental reasons for why Bitcoin has to crash, other than all of the fundamental reasons we've talked about since forever. But there are other fundamental reasons, right? There's price support, and no one wants to see Bitcoin crash. That's enough reason for it to keep up with the stock market, basically. So we've effectively talked about consolidation, right? The past couple of weeks, the title of the segment here has been consolidation, sideways kind of stuff. So that's pretty much what we've gotten. We're still we're still seeing this constrained volatility, although this guy kind of really adds in a bunch of volatility. But we're still kind of looking at this sort of more or less constrained price action. We're looking for this thing to pounce towards the upside at some point here, if stocks keep rolling towards the upside. And I think there's every reason to expect that next month. So I think let's just say the next 2 to 4 weeks, the federal court should hear the appeal from the Trump administration about striking down the tariffs. Hopefully, they won't become more powerful than ever. But right now they're struck down, but there's emergency relief. So they're still in place because the court sort of defers to saying, well, let's, whatever the executive said, let's, just do that. Now, that's different from Chevron, but it's kind of against the spirit of Chevron. If you think about it, it's like, well, you shouldn't just defer to the executive, but they kind of do get deference because like, well, we don't want to screw something up, I guess, if, the executive is like executing and so let's just keep them in place for stability or whatever. And so everyone's like looking like, okay, yeah, they'll probably strike them down. They'll probably keep them down. The appeal will fail. And so the Trump's tariffs will lose at least a portion of them, and then the markets can move on to greater glory. I know we're still kind of on crypto, but why don't we just start? Why don't we stop here and do our typical lead into the macro concepts that are going on? So I've been going on feels lately, and the name of the game for the market, if you're a trader for the past 6 months, has been news trading. Really, ever since the Bitcoin president on November 4th started becoming obvious and apparent. It was apparent and obvious before that, but anyways, when it became super obvious and apparent, the news cycle is what crypto is trading on since then, particularly Bitcoin, and also, I mean, also like oil and commodities and stocks and everything, and it's all news based. It's like they say some new thing, tariffs, not tariffs, tariffs, not tariffs. Okay, Liberation Day, no, just kidding, only a little bit of liberation. And then, okay, the tariffs got struck down, but no, they're still in place. No, but actually, we're going to move the court date up, and the point is that overall, it's been news cycle trading, and right now the feels on the market, the intuition on the market is that no one wants to think this game is over. Everyone wants the market to keep going, including myself, right? I don't want to see, I mean, I kind of want to see a macro crash, but at this point, it's what I wanted to see was the macro crash happen along the timelines that were looking ripe and juicy, right? And then we did get it. I mean, 20% down. Let's just go to stocks. Why not? 20% down on stocks is no joke. So that, I mean, really, that kind of was a big macro crash, but then they backstopped it, and they got rid of the tariffs. The big thing, the headliner thing that I want to draw out here is that it feels a lot to me like they're using the news cycle to induce fear in the markets. There's some limited pullback, and then they remove the fear from the markets, and then everyone's even more giddy than they were before. Right? I know it's weird. I mean, yeah, there's always a little bit of extra liquidity, kind of consistently coming into the markets with the expansion of M2 money, although the Fed is still selling off their balance sheet, which is primarily mortgages, and mortgages are, you can actually see that in the housing prices, and the way that the Fed has been selling off its balance sheet. And this right here is single family homes, and you'll notice that since 3 years ago, 2022, it's barely housing prices have barely been able to increase. That's probably a good thing. Things were just kind of getting out of hand there. So yeah, the Fed has been selling off their balance sheet again, which is primarily these mortgage-backed securities they acquired a decade and a half ago, to prop the markets up. Anyways, the point is that it does feel a lot to me like they are using the news cycle to sort of it's like the drama cycle. I don't know if you guys have ever had a drama girlfriend, or if that's just being redundant, but it's like if there is no drama, it will be manufactured so that feelings can happen, and then the resolution at the end leaves you in a better state, a more fulfilled and satisfied state than before the drama had happened and the boredom was basically just there, right? So I know that's kind of a retarded autistic analogy, but that's kind of what's happening with the markets at the moment. It feels to me, again, feels over reals seems to be the name of the game for markets lately, but it's the induction of some kind of drama cycle, and then the resolution of that, or at least some partial resolution, and everyone breathes a sigh of relief, and the markets come back up. So I guess pivoting towards the macro here, this is the S&P 500, and this is why I tell you guys, always understand the chart that you're looking at, and understand the bias that chart holds. When it comes to stocks, the bias is up. You always say, well, I don't know, as the TA says it's kind of even. It's not even. If the TA is even, then it's up. So that's why we talked about okay, this is definitely a consolidation zone to expect, but with an upward bias, right? At some point, this thing is likely to start moving towards the upside, and that's what we got this past week. So, and the same thing for the NASDAQ. It also pumped to the upside. So NASDAQ's starting to look kind of juicy here. Maybe it needs a little bit of pullback. It wouldn't be surprising to try and set those levels right here, to set that as some kind of support, some interim support, and then maybe go towards the upside, or things could just shoot up for no reason at all. So yeah, crypto's still consolidating, but stock markets showing strength. So at some point, you should see some liquidity slop happen between the two. You should get some movement into Bitcoin. Actually, what we'll do here in a second is take a look at the NASDAQ versus Bitcoin. Okay, NVIDIA also looking prime at the moment, right? After some period of consolidation and the liberation scare, We've decided to be unliberated, and NVIDIA, the defense stock now, which is totally a defense stock. Just like Boeing produces airplanes for commercial purposes, and so does NVIDIA produce consumer-grade GPUs. It's also a big deal for the military-industrial complex at this point because they have so much data. It's insane. They're just awash in data. The world is awash in data, and we don't know how to analyze it all. And they're still coming up with new ways every day, every week, every month to analyze data in new kinds of ways, and that is, AI and big data, et cetera. So NVIDIA is a defense stock at this point. Okay, let's take a look at, let's go over here and look at Bitcoin versus the NASDAQ. BTC USD divided by NDX. Actually, no, BTC USD divided by, it's not ES1. I can't remember what the ticker is called. Let's go over here and figure it out. How can I forget this? NQ1, of course, it's NQ1. NASDAQ, of course, it would start with an N. NQ1. Yeah, that's it. Sorry, dead air. Terrible, terrible dead air on the horn here.
I'm bored tuning out already.
I should have set this up beforehand, but I just kind of got the wild hair that maybe we should look at this. Actually, this doesn't look too much different than the Bitcoin versus the US dollar chart, although it probably looks a little bit more bullish on the daily time frame, right? So you can see effectively these standard deviations have curved up here. We're kind of seeing these guys, and it's sort of like writing in this channel. Let's turn on the purple lines. Maybe that'll help us with a little bit more resolution. The purple lines are basically, they help you establish solid bull market channels. Currently, everything looks pretty good with these purple lines, and like the notion of bull markets, effectively, you've got these sort of funnels created. Although usually you'll get this sort of funnel action and you'll end up on the top side of it. So, in a lot of ways, like the guys that are all like, oh, they're printing my paper Bitcoin, they're right about one thing, not the paper Bitcoin, but they're right about just the feel of Bitcoin isn't nearly as bullish as it used to be. Like we're still waiting. By this time last year, we'd already had the blow off, the blood in the streets, the recovery, the promise of recovery. There was quite the roller coaster that had already happened at this point in the cycle last time, and everyone's kind of sitting here scratching their heads, being like, well, we got some new highs, but we're not even 50% above the previous all-time high. So they're kind of right about feeling slightly anemic on the price, but hey, that's what diminishing returns are made of. That's why people keep talking about them, like me, talking about diminishing returns. Like you have entered the moment, the period, the cycle, the extended cycle, the forever cycle of diminishing returns, and then you're just at some point gonna, match the NASDAQ or hopefully perform slightly better than the NASDAQ. But if they don't figure out how to get some kind of real currency usage as actual money going, there's only so much speculative capacity in markets. You need like a real solid use case. And yes, saving in a way outside of the banking system is a solid use case, but more and more saving in Bitcoin is kind of like almost saving inside the banking system. So whatever, ranting. Let's go back to price. Yeah, we can also complain about the Bitcoin price being anemic, but hey, the dominance of Bitcoin is doing quite well still, which implies that everything else is even more anemic than Bitcoin, probably on the verge of death. Probably some of these coins are on the verge of death. I'm not even kidding. Like some coins, like, we've been talking about it forever. It needed to happen at some point. But they're all still hanging in there, and a lot of them, like, take Litecoin, like not exactly my favorite coin, but people still use it for transfers and buying gift cards and doing stuff like that. Maybe the reason Bitcoin is hanging on so well is because the fees are so low. People can actually kind of use it for stuff, and so people are still kind of using it for stuff instead of going into the altcoins. I don't know, totally speculative. Bcash still doing better than the rest. It looks like a little bit of outperformance on the Bcash side. Everyone else kind of looking about the same. Nothing has really even changed with the rankings hardly for the past 2 months. So I don't know. I think they're with the shitcoins. We talked about the stock market. Let's finish up with some of the macro stuff that we love so much, like gold. Yeah, gold looked like it wanted to go to some new all-time highs, and then it was like, nope, let's just triple top. But you can believe in Santa Claus, you can believe in the Tooth Fairy, but no one believes in triple tops. So this is probably, gonna eventually try to go to the upside. Maybe just has to consolidate some more. Let's go to the 2 hour and we can get some better wave magic resolution. Yeah, so okay. Gold, scrolling backwards. Yeah, so it does look like gold is sort of, obviously it's setting higher lows, progressively doing this kind of thing. Right. So you might want to try and draw a line here. Like if you were a line drawing kind of person, maybe you could draw something that looks, maybe I can't draw something that looks like that. Maybe you try and draw something that looks like this. I see this with gold a lot, actually, where you would maybe try and draw some sort of trend line. It'll break the trend line and then it'll overcome the trend line. And it was just like a scare. The guy, it's crazy how often I see this with gold. It's like just littered through its price history for the past at least 5 years, where you draw a trend line and then it breaks it, and then it does this, that it does that, and then you try and draw another trend line and then it breaks that for a second and then comes back. It's the price fuckery, guys. Like charts that do that are generally fucked with, right? They're generally suppressed. That's what they're doing. They're trying to manage how quickly gold breaks out. And they're probably what they're doing is trying to pump the stock market right now while trying to sort of push gold sideways to the greatest extent that they can use their paper gold, on their derivatives platforms, the COMEX and the LBMA, et cetera. Maybe Shanghai, I don't know. There's a question. China wants a higher price for gold, maybe because they got a lot of gold, but they have their own fiat abomination where they're constantly printing money. So maybe they don't want a high gold price either. So maybe they would be apt to manipulate their Shanghai index, which has come about in the past decade. I don't know. Anyways, so this is kind of a spot that you would expect gold. Hey, that should be a bottom if you were trying to swing trade it. Maybe get up here to the upside. Gold should be bullish, but there's a lot in play. Gold should be bullish, but there's a lot in play. So let's see. Well, we're seeing some interesting action on the reverse repos, actually. So let's go to the regular scale. I don't know why that was logarithmic. It should never be logarithmic for this one. Let's save to make sure that doesn't go back that way. Okay, God, this takes forever. Oh, you know why? No, scale to price chart only. Oh, okay, that's why. All right, finally, at long last, here we are at the reverse repos. So they've seems to have been kind of this big bottom here, so to speak, and things seem to be kind of trying to move back up. You'll notice these spikes are becoming more frequent. Frequent. The spikes are becoming more frequent, where you're getting a shorter time frame in between each spike. So if we were watching Independence Day, I would be Jeff Goldblum in this case, explaining to you that the spikes are starting to get are going to eventually lead to something else. I guess kind of in reverse, because he was saying that it's going to go away eventually, and that was the countdown clock. In this case, it's a reverse spike, right? And then it looks like things are going to go to the upside here. Actually, I think I would actually call for this in terms of just the way the price action looks here, which would imply that some entities are progressively having more and more tendency to move into reverse repos, which is a risk off move, right? So just understand that these spikes in reverse repos, and if we see sustained action towards the upside, that is a note of concern for us to say, hey, is the macro crash back on, right? What could motivate that? I don't know. Maybe they overturn the Trump tariffs, right? Maybe they say, no, maybe they overturn striking down the Trump tariffs, which puts them back in place permanently. So that shouldn't happen. But if the court is particularly corrupt, that's what will happen. They are kind of on the sort of Trump side a little bit, at least the court that's doing the review. It shouldn't happen. The word tariff doesn't even appear once in the law that they leveraged to put the tariffs in place, or at least a portion of the tariffs, because they're actually using a framework of laws. But this is a big one that they leveraged recently. The tariff doesn't even appear once in that law, in that legislation. And as we all know, legislation is massive. So if it doesn't appear there even once, then you have to ask, is it really constitutional? Probably not. But Constitution, but still they're supposed to obey it, but they don't. We'll see what we should know here in the next 4 weeks. So what am I saying? If they uphold the Trump tariffs, if they strike down the other court's ruling that the tariffs were not constitutional, and then they put the tariffs in place permanently, macro crash could be back on, guys, right? It could be back on. So we just don't know the news cycle, etc. We don't know what they got in store for us, what they intend to do to us with the markets. I'm just sitting here, Monero and chill, bro. Maybe occasionally have some tether, buy a shitcoin here and there. Look for some movement. Okay, let me check the XMRChats here. Okay.
I think we have none.
Yeah, there aren't any. We have a YouTube comment. Nah was like, you mentioned last time, Bawdy, that stocks would go up if oil goes up, and then the Iran attack happened, and it was good insights you had. Thanks, bro. I'm not. I don't want to claim that I said that because I'm not totally sure that maybe I did say that. I mean, it does make, actually I did say that. Yeah. Because oil is the lifeblood of the military industrial complex, and having some level of support on the oil price is important, for just generally just for markets, right? Like you don't want to see this anemic oil price where it's just, it's in the doldrums, and because, a lot of stuff is based on the oil economy. So, at these levels down here, there was still kind of this like, hey, there's a danger or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then the Iran stuff happened. And yeah, oil came back to the top side. It's still slightly anemic, at the 65 level, but that's still better than being at 55. So it's enough probably to support, to alleviate the fears, and the doubt and the uncertainty about markets. So, yeah, we had the Iran thing happen. Jesus, it's starting to look so much like theater, guys. Like, come on. We had, Israel is committing genocide for real, and then they go attack Iran. So you're like, all right, are they going to try and genocide Iran now? And then you're like, well, the United States is also basically Israel most of the time. I think it's some, a central cabal is basically in charge of both. I don't think Israel controls America, guys. I know there's a lot of hissing going on at computer screens at the moment right now that I say that. You have to understand it's not that simple, and it's a psyop. The whole thing, like half of it's a psyop to be like, Israel controls America. Like, no, there's a central cabal of people that control both of them. And yes, it's composed of a certain group of people, but not only that group of people. You guys are just crazy if you think it's, I don't know, genetic or whatever. So probably I just lost at least 10 followers there saying all that. But listen, the point is that, it was kind of a theater, right? Like, we're going to attack Iran, some missiles were flying. Maybe they just wanted to test out their Patriot defense system and like get rid of old munitions that are expiring, and then they need defense budgets. That's often the big reason they do these things, and then they hit Iran, they crushed their nuclear program, but they said 20 years ago they were going to have a nuke in like 2 weeks. And so I don't know, they're a little bit late to the game there, if you ask me. And they've probably been tunneling like every government has been tunneling for decades and decades. So, you probably have no idea where those nukes actually are, if they have them. And Iran should be trying to get nukes because that's the only countries that the United States doesn't attack. Those are the ones that have nukes. If you don't have nukes, you're going to get invaded effectively. Anyways, so like, do they even know where if Iran has a covert nuclear program, do they even know where that program is? They've had to have been tunneling for 2 decades at this point. So you could probably get at least, a few dozen kilometers underground and move your facilities to some other location. So I don't know. And then Iran was like, hey, we're going to hit you back, but don't worry. It's going to be at 1 o'clock and it's going to be over here. And then now everything's fine. Like everything's over. To me, it looks like it was like just enough to appease Trump's base that wanted to saber rattle, that love Israel, God's Israel, and, all that, the Judeo-Christian stuff, and then also to appease the other people on the right who are like, no, my Jews control the world, right? And then so they attacked Iran, we were strong, and now we're not going to get involved in a quagmire. Okay, like it just looks like theater, guys. And it also looks like theater as an excuse, as a means of what? Oh, hey, kind of interesting that it did help pump the oil price. And again, like we talked about earlier, using news events, using sentiment to move price. So like, we had the macro crash, we had the macro scare, we had the tariffs and liberation, and oil was still anemic. What do? Maybe Iran will close the Straits of Hormuz, pump, and then, okay, oil is still not as high as you would want it to be, but hey, it's better than being down in the 58, 60 range. Now we can play in the 60 to 70 range, and that's better, right, than being down here. So all of that, honestly, that whole cycle could have just at least halfway been just to achieve market effects, right? So I know that's quite speculative. I know I spent a lot of time today kind of speculating mechanisms about what's going on, but everything feels more fake and gay than it has in years. So it's just getting faker and gayer across the board, whether you're talking about Ex Libre and Linux and Xorg, whether you're talking about markets and Trump or attacking Iran, or the fact that it's in vogue now to be fash, right? It's now in vogue to be edgy, edgy anti-Semitic or whatever. Okay, God, it's just it's so retarded. Like, can we just I don't want to have a middle ground fallacy, but can we like take some middle ground here and be like, yeah, there's some bad dudes in control of some things, but like, let's not be actually racist about our conclusions. I would have a lot of other cheeky things to say about that, but I'll refrain. And it has nothing to do with the spat that happened from the past 4 weeks in the Monero community. It's just my musings. You know, you got the Kanye song out there, and it's like it's a little bit suspicious to me that it seems totally okay to sort of like, you know, and then you've got the left now. They're all like, you know, free Gaza, yay Palestine, and you know, can we just focus on the thing that actually matters, which is the governments, the actual people that call themselves governments that are doing terrible things, right? And not focus on ethnic groups. That would be my final appeal there with the pattern noticing. All right, I've made it enough references for towards racism for one day. Yeah, how much does racism have to do with markets? I don't know. Maybe a little bit, maybe more than you would suspect. But with that, I don't think there's really anything else here to take a look at. We talked about oil, reverse repos, gold. Maybe we could take a look at global liquidity, I guess, in white global liquidity. So this is when you add up the central bank balance sheets and the M2 money supply, the global M2 money supply, not just the US dollar. And so you've been seeing the U.S. in green. I put them in green because obviously dollars are green, and then the globe is in white. I don't know why I put them in white, but okay. And the global liquidity has been going up. So there is liquidity available for markets in general. Probably a lot of this could be motivated by Japan. It does seem like the carry trade is back on. In other words, Japan used to have negative interest rates, so they pay you to take loans. So people would take loans in Japan, sell that yen, and then dump it into some other speculative market across the world. Didn't matter, right? It could be Canada, the United States, Europe, whatever. And that's called the carry trade. So it grows during periods of market belief in like that things are going to be good, right? Risk on. Effectively, the carry trade goes up and the Japanese yen goes down because everyone's taking loans in yen, printing yen, and then selling that yen or making some kind of swap with other currencies to invest money. And then in times of global turmoil and uncertainty, that the carry trade unwinds because you still have to pay back those loans. So people pile back into the yen to pay their loans. So the yen actually pumps during global chaos. Anyway, so what I'm saying is that this in white here, this could be, there's probably a reasonable component in here of the carry trade increasing. So that could be one reason that we're seeing extra liquidity, and maybe that's been a lot of the impetus for markets to pump. I should add these two charts together, but anyways, no need to really get too crazy in depth on that one. There's nothing really else here to talk about. The Dixie, I guess, dollar index. You know, it's headed towards these obvious lows or these obvious points. This line right here, we've talked about it. It goes back like 2 decades almost. And Wave Magic would even say probably down here. So, yeah, it does look to me like the bias is up. Bitcoin, crypto, Monero, everything should catch a bid here soon. Maybe not this week, but over the next few weeks. Like if you're not long, you know, you want to be long. If you're not long, you need to have something on the table here. So I guess that's about all I got for you guys today. And I don't see any other questions here in the XMRChat. So I will ask Tux and Doug to come back and get the guest on stage and educate us about all the stuff that we need to be educated on, which is a lot, especially if you're me.
Let's see if there's any other comments or super chats. Not really. It's been kind of crickets.
Yeah. I think I even have a crickets. Yeah.
Soundboard. I don't know if I have one on mine. I got some. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got all the default sounds. I kind of want to add some new sounds, but I don't know. That seems gimmicky.
We got a non super chat you might want to answer. You mentioned last time,
Bawdy, you already responded to it.
Oh, you did? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got it. I keep the.
I was playing with the baby in the background. Forgive me.
Okay. I'm getting better about keeping the chats on the side of the screen and occasionally looking back at them.
Okay.
Kind of autistic. I have solid singular focus, but I'm not really good multitasking. So.
I don't think anybody's really good at multitasking.
I don't think so either. I think everyone thinks they are. Is Dunning-Kruger.
Exactly.
I'm sure there's some savants out there that can totally like speak and listen and read at the same time, but you know, not many people can do that.
Like a dolphin. All right.
Dolphins can read?
Well, they say they could listen and like speak at the same time or something.
Okay.
All right, let's move it along. Enough of the dolphin talk. Let's get our special guest up here. Let's do it. Move it along.
Alrighty.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Bawdy.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
Dang, we need to get that new cake logo up there. Looks like you're muted, Doug.
Oh yeah, we got to update around here. We'll get that updated. Here we are. We got Alan R12, or I don't know what you want to go by, man. How's it going?
Hi. Yeah, it's usually Ariose, like that. In Spanish, it's a reference to the car that you're seeing there. It's the
Yeah, it's a pretty nice car.
Yeah, it's a
Renault
cool
12.
car, man. Yeah.
But thanks for having me on.
Yeah, of course. It's a long time. We met in person, I think at least once, right? When I was that was a couple of years ago now. And yeah, I saw you guys posted on XMRBazaar property for sale.
Yep.
In the Buenos Aires area. And actually I saw you put it on Reddit and people for some reason they thought it was a scam, which I don't know.
Yeah, they thought it was a scam, and it was based off of the fact that I used a drone photo of the town. That there was a Twitter user that posted when he was doing a little tour of some of the small towns of the province on one of the routes, and it has the original post has absolutely nothing to do with property sale. So, and I use that picture because it's a pretty nice picture. It shows the surrounding area. It shows the town. In fact, in Spanish, it calls it a town straight out of a fairy tale. And I just used that. I took that picture because it was a great picture. I saved it at the time, and I used that. I circled the property in red, which consists of 3 lots. And that was it. And I really didn't get any scam vibes from what I posted. So.
Yeah.
Oh well.
But the Monero community being the Monero community, which is good it's good that we, we're vigilant, but then sometimes we also kick out our own people.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. So guys, definitely not a scam. I know the people who posted this, who are selling it. Super cool to see that they put this up, and you guys are calling it a prepper house.
Yeah, that was sort of the idea behind the design, the remodel. It was kind of with that as the core value was there's a lot of redundancy. There's a lot of attention to the different services, the gas, the water. It could be dual sourced. There's electric everything, or there's propane gas everything. There's 2 different water tanks that are they're in the same tower, but they're controlled by 2 different pumps. The circuit breaker board is pretty elaborate, so you could segment everything. There's a very large brick shed that's divided into 2. One acts kind of like a vault, has a very heavy, imposing exterior door. It'd be, I don't know if that picture is there. No, not there. But one is kind of more for hanging out, having parties. There's an Argentine parrilla, as they say here, which is a grill. It's like a brick oven. But if you want, I can read through the post. I think.
Yeah. Tell us more. So yeah, how many acres? How much land does it come with?
All right. So there's like I said, there's 3 lots. The house is on one. It's 50 meters by 50 meters, which is about 0.67 acres. So there's 2 of those, and then there's another lot that's behind the one next to the house that is mostly wooded, and that is 0.35 acres. And we have a total of almost 2 acres. It comes in 1 3/4 acres. And,
nice. That's a decent, decent plot of land. And so what area, maybe we could bring up a map too so people get an idea of where this is. So it's like in the Buenos Aires province, right? So it's outside of the city, obviously.
Yes.
But it's in the province. So how far is it from like Buenos Aires proper?
So you're going to be looking at 140 kilometers. That's probably 80 something miles, and you can do the trip very comfortably between an hour and a half and 2 hours. depending on your speed and the traffic conditions. But you could get there in an hour and a half.
Cool.
And it's a nice ride. It's pretty flat. It's farmland. This is like real legit farmland zone farming. Totally. I mean, there's even like some Monsanto farms and stuff in the area. This is where most of the economic activity of Argentina as a agricultural based economy comes from. Is this area?
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, I love that you guys put this up on XMRBazaar. So you're asking for 500 XMR. You're pricing it in XMR.
Yeah, I want it just priced in XMR, which is it's a unique opportunity as well. I guess the conditions of the market in Argentina. When you buy property, it's generally in cash. There are no mortgages. There are some banks that will give you some sort of line of credit, but then you're immediately going to convert that into cash to give to the seller. So it's
cash dollars.
And cash dollars is what they use. And you don't even need to disclose that. The buyer and the seller have to agree on a price, and that's in the contract. That's overseen by the notary that finishes the transaction. But they don't even need to see let's say the briefcase of cash that is generally involved. So with this, it would just be talking with the potential buyer and coming up with a price in dollars, something low, and we would tell that to the notary that signs it and finalizes the transaction. But the actual
percentage fees.
Yeah, there's percentage fees that are based off of that value, the dollar value. But the transaction itself would just be conducted in XMR. And that would
awesome.
be it.
And plus, obviously, you guys are local. Your wife has a very good understanding of all the legalities involved in the process, right? She's done this before.
Yeah, there was no problem with that.
Yeah, so it's kind of a perfect first property for somebody to buy with Monero. And like you said, the way things function down there, pretty much all purchases are cash buys, right? So this really isn't that much different. So instead of using a suitcase filled with $100 bills, you're using Monero, right?
Yep, that's it.
That's wild. So yeah, most property transactions are happening with like dollar bills, right?
Yeah. All of them pretty much. I mean, even when you do get some sort of line of credit, you're expected to then withdraw that. Like the bank will issue that to you with some repayment terms, but they're going to give you the cash, and you're going to present that cash. You're going to add it to whatever cash you have to then give to the seller.
That really is amazing. Like, there's not that's what excited me about Argentina when I went down there, and when I saw you guys down there, when I was thinking of doing the conference down there, it is one of the places in the world like where you could show up with Monero and buy property directly. And it's not as easy to do that in other parts of the world. I mean, it could technically be done, but here it's like what the current culture is. People just selling property, kind of black market, right? For cash, right? It's kind of off the books. And then, like you said, there's the on the books component. But the custom is that people just pay with cash, which is amazing. It's like,
yeah, I remember when you came and you had the big pile of pesos, and you were very excited. I remember to buy. I think you went to go buy a lighter or something, and you just pulled that stack out, and this big smile on your face. I remember. Pretty fun.
The worthless cash. How have things changed since I saw you guys down there like 2 years ago?
There's definitely been a lot of.
It was right before Milei got elected. It was literally that I left. I think the day after the election, the day before the election.
Yep. Would you like to answer that?
Yeah, sure. Hi guys.
What's up?
Okay, things change radically because whatever perspective we had was very dark and negative. But things like, you know, you have two paths, and there's one this bright with bursting in, and then there's the other one where you're going to die, right? So we had these two options, and hopefully it turned out right. I also wanted to add that because of these government policies in explaining where money come from had been very flexible. This price where we're selling this property for is, even if we want to declare its full price, is below the maximum amount where you actually have to explain where the funds come from. So there's no paperwork, there's no saying where it comes from, there's no accountant having to, you know, do all this thing against money laundering, all this crazy stupid thing. And things are going this direction with Argentina, and that is very, very enthusiastic, and it's very promising, and we love it very much because government is actually stepping back, is stepping out of our lives, and that is amazing.
That's beautiful to hear. I mean, because there were some fears that things wouldn't actually turn out that way, and obviously, you know, Argentina has a very robust black market, right? Because people rely on the U.S. dollar; they were never able to depend on their own currency. So the concern, at least my concern, was that the black market maybe would start to go away with Milei, ironically, because he would fix the money, so people would kind of come back out of the darkness, and there would no longer be the cuevas, there would no longer be people just relying on cash. But is that not the case?
Well, that is engraved in our culture. You know, we will never say goodbye to that because we're always expecting things to go wrong. So we always want to have this plan B type of situation. And people still conduct business in cash, like a lot. Even now we're using more pesos, which is our local currency, but also dollars in the same way. And the thing is that still they could not really make better rulings as for tax purposes. So taxes are really a full distortion in the economy right now. And they still wasn't able to pass a law to reduce this heavy taxation. So people, to avoid paying taxes, we still have this very under the table economy going on. And I really don't believe that will ever go away. I mean, all these businesses might not be, the cuevas might not be doing exactly the same job that they did before, which was offering cash to tourists in the street, but they're doing other more complex type of things like financing and, you know, getting money from banks abroad. You know, it's just like they are becoming a little bit more complex, but that is still in place, and I think it will always be.
So you could still roll into Buenos Aires with some Monero, go to a cueva, and turn that into cash?
Yes.
Oh yeah. They might not accept the Monero itself. You'll have to convert it to USDT with the Trocador or something, but yes, they will definitely take that.
That's awesome. Yeah, too bad they're not accepting Monero directly, but I think that has more to do with the fact that it's not on exchanges, right? It's not on enough exchanges, right?
Yeah, none of the native ones here, the local ones, none of them support Monero, sadly, but hopefully.
Yeah, because I think most of the cuevas are using like Binance or something, right? Probably.
Yeah, I've had to deposit when I do that too. They come up as Binance when I check it on chain. I see that it's a Binance account, but yeah, it's usually USDT over Tron is what most of the digital cuevas want.
That's wild, man. That everybody's running off of Tron, right? Like, who would have predicted that one? Like, we got all these like amazing cryptos, and people are using USDT on Tron.
I know. I recently did a property acquisition, and I had most of the funds in USDT over Tron. I'm just looking at it, sweating. Like, okay, you have 2 points of failure here. Well, 3 really if you count the dollar itself, but you have 2 points of failure that are huge. But that's what they want.
Wild. So do you guys see things continuing to play out that way, with the stable coins really being what most are using on the streets? Or do we get to the point where we hopefully start to see some real crypto adoption there? People are using something like Monero.
Good question. I feel like the institutional type, the Cueva types and the financiers, I think they're probably going to stick with stable coins for a while. But although one of the financiers that I do occasionally conduct business with, he is planning on doing some sort of crypto loans. So that's a step in the right direction, I would say, where he's going to actually take your crypto as collateral, and then he'll do that. So he's been exploring that, but I would say it's probably far in the future.
Can you give us more insight into what the general crypto scene looks like in Buenos Aires these days? Is it similar to when I was there, or is that, I would think that has improved as well?
I think there's a little bit more adoption with some of those prepaid cards. I see them a lot more. So people they have crypto in their wallet, let's say, like in their physical wallet that they carry in the street. What else?
Well, those wallets do convert to whatever currency you're spending when you use your card. So you can actually fund it with whatever that the app supports. Yeah. And then it would just convert it if you buy something in pesos or if you buy something in dollars. So a lot of people just do that. They invest in different coins and they keep it in that wallet. And then when they need to do any sort of a spending, the card converts it on the spot.
Oh, wait, and what card is it? What is this? This is what?
There's a couple prepaid cards. Probably the most popular one is Lemon. And then there's another one called Bello. And there's another one called Ripio. And
there's several.
There's one called Buenbit. And I think Bitso might even have a card. It's an exchange based in Mexico that does service here. So there's several options.
Yeah, this developed a lot because of having crazy inflation going on. So people would not want to keep their money in pesos. So they would just buy whatever coin, it doesn't matter. And they would just have it in this wallet and only convert it when they had to spend it. And this adoption has been established as, a thing that I don't think is going away. People that used to do it because of inflation, they still do it even though inflation is not a problem anymore.
Interesting. That's cool that it's so easy to do that over there. It's so widely used. FD tipped 91 cents. I don't get the USDT Tron popularity. The send fee is so high, like $8. Is that the case? Really? I didn't really know.
I've been getting somewhere consistently in like the $3, $4 range. I don't know if I've ever paid up to $8. Maybe if there's like a strain with the energy or whatever happens with the idiosyncrasies of Tron.
Mm-hmm.
It's generally like $4.
I mean, do you anticipate some other stable coins perhaps rising and becoming popular there?
I hope so. Like I said, I dislike both Tether as its own thing, and I dislike the Tron blockchain. So I hope so. It's filled with scammers and bots. You send a transaction, and then your history is just filled with fake transactions with the first 4 characters at the first and last 4. So if you quickly look and want to send directly from your wallet or whatever, you're in danger. It's I don't like either vehicle, but hopefully a better one comes in.
There's no talk of like CBDC in Argentina, right?
No. They said that they are not going that direction.
No, there was the other candidate that lost. He mentioned it because it'd be a way to further manipulate the peso, let's say. But no, Milei has not expressed any interest in that.
No, he expressed against it.
He expressed against it.
Are they doing anything with like Bitcoin treasuries, things like that? Like holding Bitcoin, the government?
You mentioned mining, perhaps?
Yeah, mining in Patagonia because it's really cold, so it would be good for the servers. But I don't know much about that.
Interesting. And then how about like Monero itself, other than organic adoption, just his policies, the government's policies. Obviously, you're here, you're listing your property for sale for Monero, so that's a good sign. Is it like, everybody's just kind of ignoring this, looking the other way, and do you kind of see that being the case for the foreseeable future? Or is there potential that they might start to take a look at things like Monero and get in the way of it? Or is it going to be, the open free market that we're hoping Malay will stick to?
He wants to do the whatever, you can use whatever currency you want. So they are hoping to pass that, because we had a lot of regulations and restrictions on what type of currency we were forced to use for transactions. So previously we were forced to use only local currency, peso, and now we can conduct US dollars too. And the next step is just doing absolute multi-currency. You can use whatever you want and nobody is gonna force you by law to use anything in particular. So it's all about what the parts agree on.
Beautiful. So for the foreseeable future, Monero will be welcome to be used down there. Like you're not gonna be considered doing participating in illegal commerce by way of using Monero, right? It's just going to be use whatever you want, right?
Well, in terms of property, you just have to, because of the taxes that you have to pay for the transaction, you have to express it in what would be the equivalent in local currency. But you don't really have to say,
And you could fake the price too. I mean, everybody puts a lower price, obviously, to pay less taxes.
Right.
So you just come up with a number.
Not that you guys would do that, but that's what that's what the culture is down there. We get it.
Cultural evasion.
Yeah. It's what everybody else is doing, not what you guys are doing. This is awesome. And so how about the property scene itself? I imagine property values, real estate has been going up, right? Ever since Belay got in there. People excited, looking to move down there, live in liberty-loving Argentina. Is that the case? Is that like really what's happening?
There's been let's see. It's complicated because there's a limited credit, so the prices are depressed in general because of that.
They've been raising,
but they've been going up because now there's been more credit options, different lines of credit being presented, and people are less afraid to invest in Argentina. So that's going to slowly drive the value up. And there's also been increased demand in the city as far as smaller apartments, studio apartments, one-bedroom apartments. The cost of construction has also gone up.
Yes, and there's also that with all the currency controls, you couldn't, if you were a foreigner or you had your money abroad, there was a lot of restrictions to bring it in. So even if you wanted to buy something and you have to bring your money from abroad, that was like just straight not allowed. And now that changed a lot. So there's a more active market of a lot more people that now has the chance to go for property here.
Yeah, and the fact that he got rid of the justification laws, like you have to prove your money didn't come from money laundering or narco traffic. You had to prove all that. Now they raised the limits to something extraordinarily high, or they just totally got rid of it.
Really?
No, they raised it, and now they are hoping they could pass this law in the Congress, so to actually, so whoever that does this will not have future legal issues. So it's already in place. You can do it right now, but they want to just pass this law for future security.
So that's helping too, because that's going to bring in either money from abroad of the locals, or it'll just bring in money from abroad from foreigners as well. That there's less obstacles and there's no need for justification.
And no taxes either.
And no taxes.
It's going to bring in a lot of Monero people, right? It's a place to go spend your Monero. It's a dream come true for me. I mean, just seeing it on XMRBazaar. The fact that it's a prepper house is pretty funny too, because I think that aligns with a lot of the Monero community. So it's kind of the perfect thing. You go there, live off the land, and you're only then 2 hours away from an amazing city. So pretty awesome. How long? What's that?
And closer to the airport, you're about an hour, maybe a little bit less from the airport, from the international airport.
The main airport.
Oh, that's incredible. How long were you guys living there for?
Well, we've we purchased the land in 2019, I believe. And then we remodeled the house in 2021. And we've mostly used it as kind of a getaway type of house. Or we'd stay for maybe a month or two at a time. But we'd split the time between there and Buenos Aires proper.
Cool.
Yeah, if you want, I can read through the listing.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So I wrote Casa de Campo Prepper in Buenos Aires province. Notable house and adjacent 2 lots in the pueblo of Elvira. That's Elvira, but yeah, they pronounce it Elvira. Restored in 2021 for sale. Also, just to mention, this is a notable house because it was always one of the larger, more impressive ones of the town, and it also served as sort of a satellite office for some utilities to be able to pay. And it was also the first one that had a landline telephone installed. So people go to use the phone because it was the only one in town. So it was a notable
house. Oh, that's awesome.
So location, under 2 hours from the city of Buenos Aires, 30 minutes on dirt road from the city of Lobos, which is the birthplace of Proton. There's a big sign with him on it. 1 hour from the airport. A town 15 minutes in either direction, including one with a large building materials and hardware store. Completely fertile soil in the heart of premium Argentine farmland. 5 minutes from an active local fishing location. Well water that has not run dry at any point in living memory.
Unlimited water.
So you have unlimited water.
Wow.
You just need your pumps. There's 2 on site. One is connected to a water softener system, which are actually pretty hard to find. If somebody wanted to throw it in if they're interested in buying it. But land features, almost 2 acres, 1,000-foot square house. It's actually a little bit more, but giant brick shed divided into 2 with 3 doors, including a parrilla argentina and a mini kitchen, and the other one is the vault. Fenced, mostly premium rhomboidal wire fence with quebracho wood posts, some new and restored legacy in the rustic style of the town. So because this is as large as it is, we didn't fence in everything. We fenced in the house property. That's all premium. And then the front facing the street of the adjacent lot is also with the premium new fence. And the rest is kind of recycled materials. That was either some wire, some rhomboidal, some like kind of like for animals, that kind of thing. Even some pieces of just some tin roof sheets, let's say. It's fenced in for the most part. Like you can have chickens and stuff. There's not gonna be any dogs, that kind of thing. I mean, a cat or a rabbit or something will probably enter.
And it's incredibly safe.
Yeah, it's
very safe.
It's a super quiet town, super safe as well. But
1 police officer, entire town.
Is he still there?
Sometimes he's not even there.
Yeah. Pretty anarchist, really. I mean, you can do whatever you want. You could burn your garbage. You can do whatever. You could grow weed. I mean, there's plenty of land for that.
Nobody cares. Yeah.
Nobody's gonna care. Yeah. So
amazing.
What was that?
It's just amazing. I love your definition of safe is that the police officer isn't around much.
Yep.
You don't have to worry. There's no police officers hanging around.
No.
It definitely sounds like a dream come true for the right person, for the right buyer. I think you're gonna see a taker. This might end up being our first house sale on XMRBazaar. I saw another one went up recently. Somebody posted a house in Mendoza.
I did see that.
Yeah.
I did see that. Yep.
That's pretty cool too. So hopefully this becomes a trend. You get more people in Argentina.
I saw the
property
Mendoza one from Reddit, and that's why I thought, okay, let me post this because, But no, I got flagged as a scammer and suspended, and I can't even respond or whatever. It's fine.
And in terms of property in general in Argentina, people that are selling it, like we said, everybody's accustomed to selling it for cash anyway. So you could essentially, as a Monero person, a Monero user, pretty easily using the Cuevas, go down there and kind of buy any property for Monero, right? Like it's quite doable, right?
In fact, if some of you are interested, I could maybe facilitate that as well.
Great.
Get the right contacts involved. Yeah, if somebody wanted to buy a different property, let's say they wanted to buy an apartment in the city at $100,000 or whatever, we could work that out.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
I could help make that.
Yeah, you guys might want to list that as a service on XMRBazaar, honestly.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Not at all.
I'll have to work on that.
Yeah. Since you guys are professionals in that realm. Amazing, guys. This is fantastic. I don't know. We could move on to viewers on stage and see if anybody has questions for you. That's that wants to come up on stage. Otherwise, I don't really have any other questions, and I think it's fantastic. Is there anything else you guys want to bring up with regards to it?
I just wanted to quickly, I guess, finish the post. Just a couple of the notable things. So the house features. There's the scrap metal pile there. That's actually pretty fun. There's a lot of sort of antique. I mean, it's kind of destroyed, but there's tons of scrap metal to if you want to do something with that. But house features completely new. In 2021, water, electricity, and gas lines. New tile, paint, doors, windows, roof, etc. 3-bedroom, 2-bath, fireplace, 3 security cameras and Hikvision DVR included. Carport, Argentine-style accents like Pinoteo wood, which is, you see...
it's 100-year-old.
It's like 100-year-old pine wood that's just filled with resin. And when you cut it, you can smell it still. It's pretty epic, but... the water tanks I briefly described, manual water pump as well. It's a little bit of prepper accent as well.
We built the house with that.
We actually built the house with just that before because the plumber took forever to come. But electricity, new, phone, internet, cabled to multiple spots in the house, gas connection every room minus bathroom, and that's all. It's all new installation. The sheds, brick structure, concrete finish, 2 water lines, Parisha Argentina, divided in 2, vault-like segment and recreational segment. And there's a really cool door there as well. That was like a garage door, but we moved it to there. I wrote, why prepping? Well, an American prepper designed the remodel. Redundancies in water heating in the vault area were all consciously designed as such. The location also lends itself to the cause, as most neighbors have animals and knowledge of how to properly care and process them. Most have worked on farms at some point in their career. Noise, little. The town has under 200 people. Maybe for a holiday there will be loud music. The rest is detached silence. There's also Starlink, just to mention. It does reach there. Price, I put 500 XMR for the house, 100 XMR additional for the adjacent land, 50 XMR for turnkey outfitting with appliances, 50 XMR for legal and continued assistance. I wrote Bitcoin accepted at a rate of 1 Bitcoin equals 150 XMR.
So 700 XMR, right? Is what you're saying? 700 XMR gets you the house, the land, the turnkey, everything.
Yeah, and it's clearly, I wanted to throw out a number that maybe caught some attention. It could definitely be negotiated 100%. But that was just to kind of throw that out there. I think it's a reasonably fair price. Somebody might have a differing opinion, but I think it's reasonable. Yeah, also in Monero, there's the premium there that you're going to do the whole transaction in Monero instead of having to go pay commissions and do all kinds of gymnastics.
Yeah, click of a button and you'll own a house. That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. I mean, you can't do that with fiat, right? Like it's just not, or the traditional banking system. It just doesn't really work that way. I don't know. Maybe you're gonna want to use the XMRBazaar escrow feature, or you'll just figure it out on your own. I'm assuming whoever buys it, they're gonna want to come down there, and the transaction will take place in person.
Yeah, we can do it in person.
But if somebody wants to use the escrow, even just to like put down a down payment or something to hold it, or maybe that could take place. All right, guys, this is exciting. Congratulations on getting this out there, putting it up there, and I have a feeling you'll see a taker at some point. I don't know. Who knows? But I could definitely see it happening. And yeah, we'll be in touch. Please do stick around a little bit. Let's get viewers on stage up. See if we get anybody that wants to pop up here. Tux, I don't know if you have any questions.
Not really.
Okay.
Just listening in. It's a cool place.
And
if you're that kind of person for that.
Yeah, we're Monerotopia. As you guys know, we were looking to do it down there, but then we stuck with Mexico City. Our plan is to do it in Mexico City again, at least one more time, probably just one more time, and that's happening in February, but maybe Buenos Aires after that. It's definitely on our list of top options, so that could be cool as well. But yeah, Tux, let's go ahead and run viewers on stage. See if there's anybody that wants to come up, ask a question.
We'll run it just for a short time, only for people who actually want to ask questions about the house, and then we can get into news.
Oh, we got the news.
We do.
News.
Yep.
You want to go ahead and do news, and then see if you guys want to stick around, or what?
We'll stick around. We'll watch the news. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, stick around, watch the news, and then we'll do viewers on stage.
All right. Sweet.
So
Thanks, guys. Let's do it.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
Alrighty, we got quite a bit of news, so I'll try to go over it efficiently. Let me pull up my screen here. Alrighty. Perfect. All right, guys. So it's been a lot over the past couple weeks. I've been out of the loop a little bit, but there's been some interesting crypto news. So first in, this just happened a couple days ago. This is a post from Bitcoin Magazine on X. Justin, U.S. Federal Housing Finance Agency issues order to count Bitcoin and crypto as an asset for a mortgage. So essentially now you are allowed to use your crypto holdings as essentially leverage for a mortgage. They're allowed to count that as money you have, which can be used to help you get a larger mortgage. Not actually using crypto to pay for your mortgage, but using it to as sort of collateral against being able to get a mortgage. So that is new. Not sure if I'd want to do that with my crypto. That's not really the point of it, but that is something you can do if you want to. Now you can, unless you want to keep your holdings private and then don't let them know what you have, of course. Next post is from Meta Ryuk. Interesting report on how Intelbroker got caught. According to the report, Kai West primarily used Monero. However, the use of Monero was not part of how he got caught. In fact, Monero's strong privacy features gave challenges to authorities. So, in January 2023, this was over 2.5 years ago, an FBI undercover agent convinced him to accept Bitcoin instead of Monero for a sale. Uh-oh, we can see where this is going. That Bitcoin payment was sent to a wallet, BTC Wallet-1, which was later traced to a wallet funded by another wallet, West Wallet 1, which was created via Ramp, a regulated exchange with KYC, registered to Kai Logan West with a UK driving license, which also tied to Coinbase, emails, and other personal identifiers. In other words, his mistake was deviating from Monero and accepting Bitcoin during at least one undercover operation. And this is what gave investigators the key link. So essentially, he was convinced to have a downgrade attack against him happen by being convinced to accept Bitcoin instead of Monero, which is very foolish of him. And it looks like that was kind of the main key in finding out who this guy was. It seemed like they didn't have much of a lead while he was accepting only Monero, but they were able to eventually trace and figure out who he was by convincing him to downgrade to accepting Bitcoin. So that is a severe case of Shum should have used Monero, and that just goes to show that they still can't really get past Monero that much. And instead, if they can, it's much more worth it for them to get you to accept something transparent, which they can ultimately trace if you then try to off-ramp that cryptocurrency. So his other mistake was even off-ramping it to begin with in such a poor way, but maybe he didn't know what he was doing ultimately. So yeah, interesting to see. Seems to always come out at some point that these cases of criminals being caught when using Monero, it turns out, well, it wasn't actually through Monero. It was through some other means. They need to get around Monero. Next up is a post by Brian Armstrong, the Coinbase guy. His post says, a cypherpunk's manifesto by Eric Hughes. I did not read through this, but it looks like it very much talks about privacy. I'll just read the first paragraph here. Privacy is necessary for an open society in an electronic age. Privacy is not secrecy. A private matter is something one doesn't want the whole world to know, but a secret matter is something one doesn't want anyone to know. Privacy is the power to selectively reveal oneself to the world. which of course plays into needing privacy for cryptocurrencies, which Brian Armstrong, yours truly, has not accepted or added Monero to Coinbase, which would be a very big platform for it to be on. But I don't think at this point we really care or we even really want Monero to be on Coinbase. All right, next up is a post by Carrie Sloan. And this is a video for RFK talking about wearable devices. The post reads, "My vision that is every American is wearing a wearable electronic data collection device within 4 years," said RFK Jr. I'll go ahead and play this video.
Diet, about their physical activity, about the way that they live their lives. We think that wearables are a key to the MAHA agenda, making America healthy again. And we are going to, my vision is that every American is wearing a wearable within 4 years.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
That's interesting for him to say. Not sure exactly what that means. Is this wearable going to be used to track people's health and send it to the government so they can do research? Definitely not something I would recommend anyone taking a part of. Seemed very vague. But moving on. This is just another post relating to that. We have a lot more, so I'll go ahead and skip over that one. I'll go ahead and read this one. This post definitely ruffled some feathers. This is a post from dark.fail. Zcash won the DEX arms race. It is now on 2 DEXs with greater than 1 million USD liquidity at Maya Protocol and at Near Protocol. Monero still has no DEX, minimal liquidity on atomic swaps, and has every LE crosshair in the world aimed at compromising it. I have lost faith in XMR. There were definitely some unfavorable responses to this post. One in particular, let's see if I can, I'm not logged in here, so I don't see all the posts that I saw before. Maybe it might have been quote tweets. This definitely ruffled some feathers with some people comparing Monero or mentioning the fact that Monero has things like it has basic swap support and it has Rito swap, which has had quite a lot of liquidity. I don't really know anything about the Maya or Near protocol, so I don't know if it's even possible for them to add Monero. To my knowledge, these have Zcash in a transparent way, though, so it's not quite a fair comparison, comparing that directly to not like having XMR. So you can look in that post and do some more research on that further if you want. We'll be moving on. So this is kind of interesting. So last night, Asmongold, or this is posted by the Bawdyanarchist account. They said Asmongold. Asmongold mentions Monero. Let's go ahead and open this video here. I might have to actually watch this on YouTube.com. Sorry, I got to open the proprietary YouTube.com to watch this. Let's go ahead and play this section of this video here.
I don't care about investing. You know, I have my
cryptocurrency is very good for a number of things. And I think especially as like an international currency that's not regulated through like traditional markets, crypto is extremely useful. And I think that's really the main reason. Is that like something like Bitcoin or cryptocurrency? It's great for illegal shit. It is that now they can backtrace crypto. They can backtrace it and they can figure it out. There's a few of them that it's a lot harder to, like Monero, etc. But in general, they can figure it out if they really, really try. But it is a lot harder to do. Sure, XMR. Yeah, XMR is another one.
Have kids and they.
Yeah, so you heard him from Asmongold himself, just talking about the traceability of cryptocurrency and mentioning Monero as being much, much harder to trace. And of course, this is nothing new or anything revolutionary, but he is a very, very large internet personality. So it's just interesting to see Monero being mentioned more in the larger mainstream with people who have very large followings. Next time, I think we will probably, at some point, we'll see PewDiePie talk about Monero. I feel it coming very soon. But moving on. Next up, we've got a post from GNU Keith. In the post reads, I love Proton. Their team is great and they are really passionate about privacy. However, at this point, I feel like Monero should be supported. No matter how few people will actually use it, just give people the option. And if it isn't possible to do some legislation, be open and transparent about it. Also, Proton Wallet is so out of touch, it's unreal. They made a whole April Fool's joke about supporting air quote shitcoins, and they couldn't help themselves but to add Monero, which, by the way, is not a shitcoin. And this is a quote tweet from a post I posted yesterday, just once again asking, why doesn't Proton accept Monero by now? Is it because of pressure due to being an email provider? Clearly, the people want it. We've shown them in the past. Instead, they made some stupid Bitcoin wallet that nobody asked for, and as far as I know, nobody uses. I also, this is a quote tweet on a comment of myself, just telling them to stop LARPing and accept Monero. Sorry, I just kicked my microphone. There's potentially some reasons for this. I saw some comments, I think, under this post. I'm using Knitter, so it's kind of hard to see everything. Mentioning the fact that because they're a Swedish company, they have to do some auditing, and it was already very hard for these auditing companies to allow them to accept Bitcoin. And so them being in, I guess, the jurisdiction they are, for whatever reason, it's harder for them to accept Monero. And also, they are an email provider, and they have a lot of pressure from the bigger email providers to prevent things like crime and spam from happening through their email service so that they don't get blocked by like Gmail or by Outlook. So there's a lot of potential reasons for why they have decided not to accept Monero. It's not necessarily because they are feds. I see some people say that. There's a lot more going on, especially since they're become a decently large email provider. But at the same time, it is very tasteless of them, like Canoe Keith has said here, to come out with Proton Wallet, which was extremely out of touch because nobody asked for a wallet from Proton in the first place. And as far as I know, no one really uses it. No one really asked for the ability to send Bitcoin to people's email addresses. It was just kind of a weird thing that they did that kind of shows they had like external funding or something else to create this wallet. And they made a whole April Fool's joke about supporting shitcoins, which is just kind of also out of touch. There's a lot of people that have asked for Monero. There's thousands of votes on their user request forum for adding Monero support, for paying for their service, not even Monero on their Proton wallet. So it's just kind of an unfortunate situation. But it is what it is. Hopefully, we'll have an email provider at some point come out and sweep Proton under the rug that is good and will be able to accept Monero. But email is a hard thing. It's very old. It's archaic. It's a very controlled part of the internet, unfortunately. So that may or may not happen. Next up, we got a post from Venice. Are you looking for products sold in Japan? Pay in Monero and have your Japanese products sent directly to you no matter where you are in the world. And so this is a quote tweet to a post from XMRBazaar. I'll go ahead and open this post oh, wait, no, I can't because the tracking link is getting blocked. It's awesome. I'll just read it right here. This post reads, I'll buy anything for you from Tokyo for XMR. Any price, any item. I can ship to anywhere in the world, drop, meetup, etc. I charge 0.04 XMR fee and 20% of total value plus shipping. Willing to negotiate. An asterisk, nothing illegal. So this individual will purchase you something from Tokyo and ship it to you internationally. So if there's a particular game or anime thing that you want that is only in Japan, this individual may be able to facilitate ordering that for you and shipping it to you directly. Of course, as I said, nothing illegal. And there is a fee involved, but they are willing to negotiate. So that's a very cool service to have. And that is on XMRBazaar.com, and you can search for that on there. And now we are moving on to the Reddit news. So first post here, I'm going to zoom in. This is probably a little bit small. We've got a post now from Monero Fox on the r/Monero subreddit. Government institutions officially confirm the quality of Monero. And let's go ahead and open into this link from Justice.gov. This is once again just talking about the serial hacker Intelbroker charged for causing $25 million in damages to victims. Now let's go ahead and do a search. Oh, yep, Control F. There is one mentions of Monero, and I think this is just talking about the same case we talked about in the first post. Let's go ahead and read this excerpt that they clipped from the article of Justice.gov. And it reads, he accepts payment via Monero, which is a cryptocurrency that uses a blockchain with privacy-enhancing technologies to attempt to obfuscate transactions and seek to achieve anonymity and fungibility. January 26, 2023, Agent sent a private message via form requesting to purchase the victim data for $250 in Bitcoin, which is a cryptocurrency that does not have the same privacy-enhancing technologies as Monero. FBI personnel analyzed BTC transactions on the Bitcoin blockchain. So basically, they have further confirmed the privacy and validity of Monero as a privacy coin, and how they went out of their way to convince this individual to accept Bitcoin, which was their means to arresting him and finding out who he was. Ultimately, they were not able to do that through Monero. The only way they were able to do that was externally by having this individual accept Bitcoin and tracing the transactions, further proving that while Monero has some privacy enhancements that are needed, it's not totally untraceable. They weren't even able to use Monero as an avenue for figuring out who this guy was. They had to switch to something else. Which just gives it more credence that even today it is still incredibly private and quite untraceable, to where even law enforcement and international cooperation between law enforcement and agencies, they still aren't able to, trace through Monero to figure out who someone is ultimately. They'll just try to convince them to use Bitcoin instead. So very interesting to see. And next up, we've got another post on r/Monero subreddit from SaltCup881. And this reads, update, XMR to Sol non-custodial swaps now in beta. Dynamic fees, real-time pricing, and your feedback was invaluable. Hey all, just wanted to thank everyone who engaged with my last post. The feedback was really helpful and we made solid progress as a result. We're now in beta testing for the non-custodial XMR to Sol swap engine at stealthxmr.io. Dynamic fees based on liquidity ranging from 0.8% and 2%. Real-time price feed from CoinMarketCap. Low slippage execution. Still no KYC, no logs, no wallet connections, no RPC reliance. Just raw address input and output. We've implemented a lot from the community suggestions already. So this looks like a non-custodial XMR to Sol swap engine is what they're calling it. Let's see if I can go to this website. Looks like their SSL certificate is invalid. Uh-oh. Looks like either this website is incorrect, the link is incorrect, or the website is actually down. I'm not sure if this is an atomic swap. It says it's a non-custodial swap engine, so I'm not exactly sure how that works, but looks interesting. And looks like someone else commented the same issue. Looks like there is a certificate issue on stealthxmr.io, so we might have to take a look at this sometime later, unless HTTP works. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll probably take a look at that later. Looks interesting. Looks like it's new. Not sure exactly how they're doing the swaps yet, but would like to see that later on. And next up, we've got another post on r/Monero from OrangeFriend, orangefriend.com. They're hosting a Bucharest meetup sponsored by WizardSwap.io and organized by orangefriend.com. With the help of WizardSwap and OrangeFriend, they're organizing a meetup in Bucharest, Romania next week on July 3rd, where it is in the Mindspace Business District, the Global Worth Campus A, Boulevardo. I'm not even going to try to read this street name. It is on the Reddit post. You can sign up on orangefriend.com, or you can sign up on the meetup.com link, and they will have free drinks, free snacks and drinks for attendees paid for by WizardSwap. So if you are in that area, or you want to meet some new people, you want to meet some like-minded individuals who like privacy coins and Monero, then feel free to sign up for that meetup in Bucharest, Romania. And lastly, we have one more post on r/Monero from Regular Inspection 69. And this reads, Monero sticker in Venice, Italy. So it looks like this person, assuming he didn't put it there himself, he found a Monero sticker in the wild in Venice, Italy. Looks like it has some wear on it. It's probably legit. So looks like somebody had been going around in Venice, Italy, and they've been tagging with some Monero stickers. Pretty cool to see. And let me just go ahead and do a check over the comments. Let's see if we got any super chats here. Looks like we got a couple. So Drunk Dial Me tipped US $2. I bet Monero Prepper is probably interested in this Argentina Prepper. Oh, yeah, interesting. Someone named Monero Prepper. Sounds like he might be. And Anon7 tipped, I think this was 0.001 XMR. Hi again. Please don't assume I'm Shortwave Surfer. He's not the only person in your audience with reasonable opinions. Oh, okay, all right. I'm just someone in Stockholm looking for XMR trades. I still don't know what that sense thing is, but you insist on mentioning. Well, I hope it makes you happy, Anon7, that I read your tip out as 0.001 XMR. So, and yes, it was maybe an idea you're Shortwave Surfer. I believe you if you say you're not Shortwave Surfer. Thank you for the super chat. Let's look if we had any other comments. No, I think that was it. Let me check the news links to make sure I got everything covered.
One more story hot off the press coming in.
Uh-oh.
I don't want to. I mean, I it's hard to resist. Actually, I was DM'd this yesterday by the lead dev of XMRMap. I don't know if you're familiar with that project, Tux. Are you familiar with the efforts of XMRMap?
I think I saw something about it. I didn't really look into it.
Yeah, so Maverick and team were trying to start a map project. Despite the fact that there's 2 maps that already exist, but beyond that, they were trying to start a map project. They did a Kuno. Maverick was talking like it's going to be the greatest Monero project of all time, much more than a map, an everything app for Monero, solving all of our problems. It looks like the lead dev has left the project, so this just transpired last night, and then he just made this post today. So for those that want to learn all the juicy details, he just put up a very long post. I was just trying to read it now during the little news section over here. Basically, it looks like he's just saying that the team involved is not professional, and they were promising things that ultimately they wouldn't be able to deliver on, and it was just very hard for the lead dev to coordinate with others that were working on the project. And so, worse than that, but you could read all the details. So I don't know where XMRMap goes from here. He's telling people that they should request their donations back from the Kuno. Good luck with that. But saying at the very least, do not donate to any future Kunos performed by this team that's looking to fund XMRMap. So obviously, there's been a lot of drama with regards to Mav, and I really don't want to talk about any of that stuff because it's just we don't need the trolls to come out. But this just dropped, so yeah, do your own research. I recommend people check out this post by Zet. He was the one that was leading the project, and now he has left.
Okay, and what does this project supposed to do?
XMRMap.
Mm-hmm.
They were just trying to like another version of a Monero map.
Oh, I see.
But then it was, the vision was getting much larger than that, which I think is part of the problem with the project. They didn't have any clear direction. They were trying to become an everything solution for Monero, much more than just a map. I don't even know, like everything, like a wallet, a POS system. I don't know. They were trying to, it's kind of like Startup 101, right? You got to focus on one thing, do one thing well, listen to your customers, iterate, build, as opposed to raising money without even having something yet, promising the world before you even write a line of code, and, just producing vaporware. So we'll see what happens. I know there were probably some good people involved in the project. That's the problem with things like this. I personally have very little trust in Maverick. I think he's looking to do more harm than good for the Monero community. But I'm sure there's a lot of good people that got wrapped up in this, that were involved. I see, for example, the designer, what's his name, Giallo? He seems like a really good guy. He's done some really good things for the ecosystem. Yeah, Giallo, and he was doing their design. Very talented guy. I guess this The Zet also got wrapped up into it. He was going to be their lead dev, and he would sound like he was bringing in his own resources, his own team of people to help with the project. So I think a lot of good people got involved, but you just got to be careful who you team up with on things like this. Here we're getting some information. It was a map using OpenStreetMap showing vendors accepting Monero. So obviously, yeah, I mean, not a super novel idea, right? We have this integrated into XMRBazaar. We had last week or the week before, we had the guys from France that have developed a pretty robust OpenStreetMap for Monero and other cryptos. We were looking to team up with them with XMRBazaar. So other solutions do exist. And it looks like they tried to really swing for the fences and were promising way more than what they could potentially deliver. Similar to BTC Map or whatever that name was. Yeah, exactly. And who knows? Maybe somebody picks it up from here. But the lead dev has left the project. That's all I got to say about that. I don't know, Tux, if you have anything you want to add to that.
No, I didn't really.
You weren't even really in the know on that, huh?
No, I've been kind of like out of the loop for like a couple weeks. Just been traveling.
Okay. Yeah, they raised the Kuno like last week. They raised like 30 XMR. There was some drama, well, not drama with that, suspicion with that, because it was like, you know, like one or two accounts that sent most of the money that was raised. So curious as to whether or not it was actually like organic and people were really contributing, or if it just was to show appearances that people were contributing. But yeah, it looks like it has since fallen apart. All right. Tux, we could go ahead and move it along. We could do viewers on stage.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do it. Let me run the segment. All right, let's do it.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
All right. Wow, packed stage today.
And remember, guys, if you aren't talking, keep your mic muted, please. We've got a lot of people today.
I hit up Zet as well. If he want, I told him if he wanted to come up on stage, because he's been DMing me. Zet, you're more than welcome to if you're listening. You can give us your take on the XMR map fiasco. So much drama now in Monero land. It's a constant drama.
I think that's only because you're on Twitter there, Doug. Like, I seriously think that's probably the reason, because me being on Noster and Lemmy, I don't get any of that. Yeah. I think it's because you're on Twitter. Get off Twitter. And they'll end the drama.
Don't get off Twitter, Doug. That's terrible advice. I can't wait to get off Twitter, but you should probably linger at least a little longer.
Agreed.
Yeah. Somebody's got to take one for the team. D. Martian, what's up, man?
Oh, I'm so happy to hear you. So I have a question about the property, but also I just wanted to continue the fact that we never caught up about at PorkFest.
Oh, yes.
It's changed so much. No. We caught up a little bit, but I want to give him some good vibes. And I also want to say I'm so happy to see how far it's gone from me showing up and seeing so many people like wearing Monero shirts and taking Monero, and now you got a tent. That's fantastic.
You guys who were at PorkFest, I was going to ask you a question. Especially D. Martian, if you were there, I would imagine that you were like wandering around chatting up a lot of people. Did you notice any like jaded towards the whole? Remember, there was the convention that Trump was at, and a bunch of people like went over to the Trump train, and then now you have PorkFest, and I was wondering, like, were there a lot of people who are kind of jaded with that whole thing, or what's up with that?
I mean, go ahead.
You're saying as opposed to like no longer being on the Trump train?
Yeah, or just the general feelings of people who like they thought that the libertarians had made their inroads, and they were like thinking that there was going to be this ANCAP revolution in the Republican Party or something. I was just kind of wondering, like, what happened to that now that it's like 6 months later or whatever. I mean, I figured at least you guys would have kind of caught wind of where people are at now with that.
Yeah, I mean, like the libertarians at PorkFest, they're much like a lot of people on this show, right? So yeah, they were excited about Trump. They thought he was going to do, and he did do some amazing thing, right? He freed Ross, right? So a lot of them are of the opinion like, we're very happy that it freed Ross. At least we got that, but obviously now we're upset with everything else that's going on, right? With Palantir, with the war that we're seeing, with him essentially backing Israel and now doubling down, going into Iran, starting a new war when he promised to not start any wars. So, yeah, I mean, they're not in denial of that. They're speaking out against all these things. So they've quickly moved on.
I do have a question though. For the property owner that's selling something. So what I'd like to hopefully hear is something that could help me figure out if this could be a good place to start my dream, actually. I've been imagining a Monero ranch, a Monerotopia, if you will. And a place that people could potentially buy property with the whole property with Monero. And then people are able to join on with Monero. And then it'd be mostly self-sufficient, but also earning income, be a positive income community by people that aren't farming or doing other things. They're able to maybe Anarchio could come on. He's living at that kind of place, and they could be part of this property, some kind of nexus, some kind of actual Monerotopia that could grow or be an example community for other places. Do you think that this sounds like the kind of hippie commune that could exist?
Well, let's see. So we're talking about a little under 2 acres, but it's in the middle of the farmland region. So I mean, there's definitely going to be some that have no structures that were just used for farming that are probably up for sale, and you'd be able to maybe have the house could maybe serve as either the starter pack, let's say, or it could be a satellite office of something larger, or the main headquarters. But I think as far as a hippie type of commune, if you will, I think it's probably a pretty great place. I mean, it's pretty undisturbed. It's super quiet. Neighbors don't care about anything. There's very few neighbors. There's more animals than people. So, and this property in particular, it's all fenced in. Like I said, you'd be able to do whatever you wanted to grow any kind of plant you'd like. Without any kind of intrusion. And as we said, there's one police officer, and he really doesn't care if you're growing anything.
That would be how you'd make the profit.
Yeah, really. I mean, because there you have, besides the wooded area that's kind of in the back on that one, you have these 2 lots that are they're 30,000 square feet each. And it's all, you just bring your tiller or your plow, and you can make it happen. That'd be a lot of agriculture potential.
And you'd make sure to sell your product for Monero only.
I would say Monero only, but definitely accept Monero. I mean, what are your neighbors like? Are they people that might sell their property or be copacetic with the whole vibe?
Yeah, they. I think for the right price. I mean, it's sort of semi-abandoned, if you will, of a town. It had its heyday when there was. I mean, it never really had like a real heyday, but it had a train that went through it, and the train was discontinued. The train service in 2016. So I guess the town kind of died a bit, and there's just there's very low influx of people. There's people that are looking for kind of like a weekend house or maybe like a summer house that have moved in kind of recently. I mean, sort of like us as well. But for the most part, it's just kind of people that own the land and just kind of do odd jobs. And if you offer them some money or whatever, or even to rent their actual land, not the house, I'd say there's a lot of opportunities for that. Yeah, definitely.
Can I add something?
Yeah, sure.
There's a lot of farm activity. These lots are actually in town, so these lots are sold by the square meter. Whereas right neighboring where one of our lots is, it starts farmland, which is sold by the hectare, which is, you know, a thousand, is that correct?
It's about 2 acres.
Okay.
The hectare,
Yeah. So it's just totally a different mindset from town to these rural areas. These people are very, very used to doing things under the table, you know, like selling their crops, you know, in the formal market and in the informal market. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for them to just want to delve into using other things that is not regular currency, fiat money. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. No. So part of what I'm thinking is that if we were to raise funds to buy this kind of property as a collective, one way we could do it is through allow people to have a transaction ID and show that they did participate in a certain level of investment, and they could use that to either live at the property or to lease it out to people for Monero. And that could be a self-sufficient community. As you know, this could be the first one. That'd be really great. Would you be willing to still stay part of it at the beginning, at least, to be one of the people that still live on the property or have some kind of stake in the property?
You're asking if we would?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, part of the 50 XMR, I think that I listed there was to be kind of continued ongoing support. You know, kind of like the tour guide of the area. Probably offer that for about a year or whatever.
Yeah, the contacts.
Yeah, I have no hard feelings about the property. I would just rather up my XMR liquidity, let's say. And but yeah, anything that could be used in a better use than what we use it for, I'm totally down with. And if it's Monero based, even better. I'd love to remain a part of it. Sure.
Great. Yeah. The reason why I ask is because you might have people coming from different places, coming from far away, people that know nothing about this place. So if someone that knows a bit about the property because they've owned it could be very helpful to let people get a good start.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah. No, that was part of the package too. I mean, I wouldn't expect someone to figure out the ropes that quick. I mean, not that there's that many tricks or anything, but it's good to have somebody there to I guess, I don't know,
suppliers, contacts.
If you need to escalate a situation, let's say, we'd be there.
Great. Well, thanks. That's all I have to ask for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, Doug, I have a XMRBazaar user I'd like to shout out. I'm not sure what this guy's username is because I can't remember it right offhand, but there's a guy selling cupcakes, and they're mason jar sized cupcakes, and they come from this bakery in like Charlotte, North Carolina, and they ship them nationwide. And I'm like, that sounds
good. We talked about this. Just kidding.
I did see that. I'll bring it up.
I was giving grief to Shortwave earlier. I'm a man who has lost control of his weight a little bit, and I was like, why would you show me this right now? I'm trying to be on a diet. You're killing me, man. Like, they look bomb, though. Like, they do really look impressive. If nobody else has anything to say, I did want to bring up a couple of quotes that I think are sorely needed right now in the Monero space. And I certainly do not hope to stir the pot or anything. I just hope that people will digest the wisdom of our forefathers. And I decided to quote Sun Tzu a few times here. If anyone wants to read along, I put them in the private chat. But the first one that I wanted to read was Sun Tzu said, "In war, the general receives his commands from the sovereign, collects his army, and concentrates his forces." Concentrate your forces is the way that you win a battle. And there is a lot of dispersion taking place right now, and I don't think that this is a wise decision on behalf of the Monero community to become disparate the way that we are. The second quote that I had from Art of War was, "When in difficult country," which I would consider us in difficult country right now in this battle, Do not encamp in country where high roads intersect. Join hands with your allies. Do not linger in dangerously isolated positions. So in other words, I think that a lot of these projects are becoming vulnerable to attack because there is a lack of unity and collective fortification of the way that we do these things. The next question, or the next quote I had was, so the student of war who is unversed in the art of war of varying his plans, even though he be acquainted with the 5 advantages, will fail to make best use of his men. And I think that we have a serious shortfall of making best use of the highly talented and intelligent individuals that are available to us in this community. The next quote I had was, hence in the wise leader's plans, considerations of advantages and of disadvantage will be blended together. And then this one's kind of hard to describe, but there's a section in the Art of War that I'm just going to read the first part here because it explains itself better than I ever could. The Art of War teaches us to rely not on the likelihood of the enemy's not coming, but our own readiness to receive him, not on the chance of his not attacking, but rather on the fact that we have made our positions unassailable. There are 5 dangerous faults which may affect a general. And I'm only going to read 2 of them because otherwise we might get lost in the weeds. But number 1, recklessness, which leads to destruction. And then number 3 is a hasty temper, which can be provoked by insults, which bleeds into number 4. I don't know why they have them separate, though. A delicacy of honor, which is sensitive to shame. I think that people have gotten a little vulnerable in the art of becoming shameless, I guess you could say. Protecting themselves from their own egos. And we have some serious problems with scope creep in the community right now, rather than blending our efforts together to make a more unassailable position. So that's all I wanted to share right now.
Would you mind clarifying that a little bit? Because each piece of that you just said makes total sense to me, especially in the last 30 seconds. But I don't see how they connect. Would you mind connecting those ideas for me?
Well, one of the news topics is about, and I could be wrong because I've never clarified the position with the gentleman, but the lead developer of XMRMaps, or I forget what it's called, but him leaving because of both scope creep and the participation of individuals that he's not well tailored to work with, which it very well could be a wise decision for him. If he's not able to work with certain people, it's best for him not to put his efforts into such a thing. But it could also be the case that maybe he needs to join hands with unlike-minded individuals to accomplish the project. I'm not there. I don't know. But it bears consideration that there is a lot of fighting, backbiting, feeding into drama, and so on, when in reality, when you combine all of these quotes that I've tried to assemble together, and I just want to remind everybody, The Art of War is the book that generals have been using to win wars for, 1,300 years or something like that. It's made a case that it is basically the Bible of war. This is the book that you would use to become a talented warfighter. And over and over again, you see this book advocating for joining hands with your allies, not trying to hunker down in indefensible positions, not creating contention amongst the troops, and finding places that you can collaborate with others to join against a common enemy. And everybody in the Monero community that I have ever met, and even stuff kind of peripheral to the Monero community, we all have a general understanding of who the enemy is and what we're trying to achieve here. And I do feel like there are a lot of people getting lost in the weeds. And I'm trying really hard not to call anybody out, because I think that it is very subversive to the movement for myself to do the same thing. But I'm just trying to advocate for the idea of each individual in the community reducing their scope creep. Focus your efforts on something that you can do well, that is going to make a big difference in this fight. And then spending less time figuring out who the quote enemy is. And I hope that people are listening carefully to what I'm saying. I'm not trying to undermine who you think is your enemy. I'm trying to get people to focus on rallying around the one enemy that is making you vulnerable. There's a few perfect candidates. Like we all know that the reserve banking systems and the fiat systems are the perfect target for people who are in Monero. And it's enough to just focus on that. And there are a lot of people who have different opinions on what a government on the end of this might look like, or who their choice allies might be. But now is not the time to start pruning which people you can unite with in order to win the war. I think that we should be trying to make a bigger tent, not the other way around, because there are enough people under the boot of the real enemy for us to rally together, rather than start making contention amongst ourselves, and rather than pushing other people out of their own projects. If you have a vision for a larger project, or you think that somebody could be doing something better, I didn't include this quote, so I might butcher it, but The Art of War talks about it's better to take an enemy as intact as possible. So it'd be better to take a whole country rather than a province within that country. It would be better to take that whole province rather than a city of that country, because the more you balkanize something that you're trying to take over, the more difficult it is to maintain control over such a thing. And like, we have these incredible tools already in the Monero community, and none of them are perfect. And even the creators themselves do not pretend that these tools are perfect. But rather than make 900 versions of the same tool, once you're, let's just call it decentralized enough, maybe work on building another tool rather than reinventing the same tool. Rather than taking talented developers and having them rewrite code that exists in another form, maybe they could be auditing existing code for security. Maybe they could be writing code for a tool that doesn't exist. Rather than trying to work on Monero adoption amongst people who are already interested in Monero, maybe they could work on Monero adoption on people who do not know about Monero. So in other words, a bigger tent and more allies, in my opinion, is effectively 100% preferable right now. And
my question.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, thanks for answering my question. And back to the PorkFest thing, talking about the enemy. I mean, it's not my enemy, Zcash, but I've not been a fan of Zcash for various reasons. And at PorkFest, I met someone from Zcash, and he wound up giving me, we had a great chat, and he wound up giving me this stack of like 100, it was like 200 Monero stickers. And I was thinking then, like, wow, this we got along so well, and we had more in interest. Our interests were more aligned than disaligned. And online, you might see like Zcash and Error, this is that, but when people get together, they suddenly find it. That's just a tool. That's something that is less important than the war that we're fighting. And you're talking,
That's
you're talking
exactly
about
what we need, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope so.
Maybe that's the true purpose of the crypto conferences, is because online, since you're behind a keyboard, you have no accountability. You can say shit that you would never say to another person's face because it's the internet. But when you go and talk to this person, like when you go and talk to them in person and sit down in front of them, like you're fine with them just because of the fact that you're with that person. You get to see that person's worldview.
It's
not just about being online. It's not just about being online, because when you get online, a lot of what you see isn't even real. Like, there's whole accounts out there that are completely run by ChatGPT. People would never realize, but they're actually like 80% of the tweets are written by ChatGPT. And one of the examples is like some of that FUD that came out about full chain membership proofs being delayed. Like, everybody like that's actually working on it was confused. Everybody was baffled. Like, where did this even come from? And then you find out it came from ChatGPT, and it spread all across the internet like wildfire. And all of a sudden, it was gospel that full chain membership proofs was delayed. And researchers had to create Twitter accounts and put out the real information. They had to do interviews and all sorts of other nonsense that detract away from the actual work that's being done, when there was never a delay. It's like, when you get online, you're arguing with somebody from Zcash. You're not arguing with the developers, and the developers from Monero, and you're not a developer. Like, the developers from each project are arguing with each other. Like, and often you'll find the developers from each project commenting in the opposing developer channels. So like, you'll find Monero developers on the Zcash forums. You find Zcash developers in the Monero matrix. It's people arguing with other people. It's like, a lot of times I look at it like it's no coiners arguing with other no coiners, and a bunch of people that actually have the coins just piling on. And it's baffling to me at some points, because to me, the biggest problem with Zcash is the corporate structure. It's not the software, it's the corporate structure and the way that the project is directed. But the code and the developers they're all top notch. Like, the researchers, they're top notch. Some of their developers have commits and issues on the Monero repo. So it's a lot of this stuff is strange to me, like where the fighting even comes from. And that's like, where you look back and you got to realize that a lot of the stuff you see online is not even written by real people.
I usually try to refrain from being like from speaking in generalities, but I think in this case, I'm going to make an exception. But I just hope people don't take me as a person who thinks in terms of generalities. It's just for what I'm about to say, which is, so the Monero community is made up of people who tend to be significantly more intelligent than like your average individual, because it requires a level of intelligence to kind of see the fruit that it could bear. And one of the things that happens with, like, let's say collectives of intelligent people, is there's always the temptation to belittle other people. But one of the things that people often don't understand is, just because a guy might not be technically savvy, or just because a guy might not be well versed in the way of other cultures, because that's another thing about Monero people. Almost all of them have been all over the world, or they're at least like, they're terminally online enough to know that the way things are in, let's say, like Michigan or wherever they are, it doesn't mean that that's the way that people live all over the world. And so they'll come across somebody who may not be as technically savvy, or they might not be as worldly in a positive sense. But the easiest way to think of this is your journey in order to learn what you've learned and so on. The other person that you might be talking to, they've had their own journey where they've acquired their own knowledge base that might not be easily interpretable to you. So you might run into somebody who, they're an extremely talented botanist because they've been gardening their whole lives and they're very passionate about plants and so on. And they're not currently able to utilize that knowledge in the conversation that they're having with you. And so you might have a intellectual advantage over that person when you're talking about Monero or when you're talking about cryptography or whatever, but that doesn't mean that person is stupid. And when you start to think of people as though they're less than you, it will come through in the way that you're talking to them. It will come through in the way that, I hope that everybody understands what I'm getting at with this, but even in the realm of like theology or philosophy or so on, you might have, you might be armed to the teeth. You know, you've read a lot of the great philosophers. You've got a pretty good base on where your knowledge comes from, or you've spent a lot of time trying to understand how to reach good conclusions. And just because the other person hasn't done that, just because you might have to go through some of the basic philosophies of how to reach a rational conclusion, that does not mean that you are better or smarter than that person. And that person might actually be the key to your own knowledge gaps. So you might get them to the point where they're a Monero power user, but then that person is exceptionally talented in business. Or that's the guy that's going to sell like high quality sweet corn on XMRBazaar, and that's going to enrich the circular economy. And now you're going to pump your bags and all that stuff. And I do see a lot of contempt right now. And I don't think that people even understand they're doing it. But just think of yourself like one of those, you know, those rage drivers where everybody's a shitty driver but you, even though like you keep gunning it to get around somebody and you're not looking at your mirrors and all that. Let's not be the road rage driver when we're reaching out to other people, when we're trying to build gaps and so on. And I know that I'm talking to some of the more level-headed people right now, and I'm really trying hard not to throw anybody under the bus right now, but there are passionate people in the Monero community that have reached certain worldviews that some people in this community do not agree with. But I need you guys to remember that they have reached those conclusions for a reason, whether or not they are correct. And they have become very passionate about those worldviews for a reason. And a lot of those people, it's about to get really obvious who I'm talking about, but let's not be angry, okay? But some of these people are young men that have been very disenfranchised, and they believe they know why they have been disenfranchised, and they're very, very angry about it. And rage is an incredibly powerful poison that will take an intelligent man and turn him into a fool. And we should be much more sympathetic to this than I'm seeing people like within the longer lived elements of the community. And now it's poisoning their thought patterns, where they don't see an ally that needs their sympathy. They see somebody that they have contentions with. They're now becoming defensive when that's the last thing they should be, is defensive. They should be very empathetic to the position that these people are taking. Especially young American men, like their fathers and their grandfathers were in a very, very different position than they are, as far as their ability to get ahead, their ability to, you know, I mean, grandfathers of people in their 20-somethings right now, they got to go to... Go ahead, what?
They had to die at wars. Yeah, you're right. It's a completely different time. And people that complain these days complain about money. But back in the day, you had to complain about whether or not you'd live past 30.
See, we understand that, but the thing is they don't have access to the information that we did from actually talking to these people. The 20-somethings are terminally online right now. And they didn't grow up in a world where if you wanted to talk to some, I mean, I'm probably dating myself. I mean, you can probably see the gray in my hair at this point. But the point is like their access to information is just plain old different. They didn't sit down and drink tea with their great grandfather and talk about how things were back then. They're learning about history from AI generated videos right now. They're learning about what cultures were like from other 20-something-year-olds. And like, these people need our empathy right now. And these people, like, we should be spending more time understanding why they're angry. And did all of y'all forget what it's like to be like chock full of adrenaline and testosterone all the time? Like, did all of y'all forget what it was like to like be looking for your wife or whatever, like when you were a young man and trying to find like a good career? Like, it's frustration on top of frustration.
These days you just gotta swipe. These days you just gotta swipe left. You know, these guys don't know what it's like to go out, to go pick up a girl, to you know, like that, like what you said. One of the things you said about how they're terminally online, that's like, there's a huge divide between the crypto community of young people, and then everybody else. Because for probably every one young person in the crypto community, there's probably like 5,000 that have never even heard of Bitcoin, or have heard of Bitcoin but don't own any, they care about any of this stuff. They're on TikTok and Snapchat all day. And it's like, that's one of the biggest demographics that is, I don't know how you want to put it, whether you want to say they're not I don't know whether you want to call it woke or whatever, but they're oblivious to what's going on. They, you know, and they're one of the biggest demographics that we should be focusing on, in my opinion. It's like the younger generations that don't have any idea what the world is really like.
I found this podcast called Simply Bitcoin. And normally I don't listen to Bitcoin podcasts, but this one caught my attention because I think I found some of the elusive Bitcoin cypherpunks that still actually care about the real vision. And I was kind of surprised to see it. They do chart watch sometimes, which is kind of irritating. But then they were talking about this war, and and this is what brought that back to my attention, is that people in the Middle East right now, whether you're in Israel, Iran, Iraq, whatever, anywhere in that region, you've grown up going to bomb shelters. You've grown up with the fear of missiles raining down on you and ending your life at any time without notice or reason. We as Americans have a totally different worldview. I wouldn't know where a bomb shelter would be. Can you use a tornado shelter as a bomb shelter? I don't know. These are things that I haven't had to worry about, and other people have. And so I think we need to keep, like, the problem, and a lot of this division is also just coming from the fiat system. The fact that the fiat system is breaking more and more is more and more obvious as time goes on. And the way out is through Bitcoin, is through Monero, is through these things. And so you're going to get those people who are currently disenfranchised and haven't seen that this is the true way out yet, or are starting to get there but haven't quite gotten there yet, come into these communities.
I have a question for Doug.
When it comes to some of those, yeah. Doug.
Question for Doug.
Go ahead, Elias. He can usually hear you, but he's like making like lunch
All
and
right.
shit right about now. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about these videos. I really like this show, and there's always a video being recorded, right? I mean, it's a live stream now, and then it's a video that people can watch later. But it seems to be always on YouTube, and I really hate YouTube. I stopped using it personally, and I would like to send a link to this show to someone.
It's also on Odyssey and Rumble, I do believe.
All right. But still, it would be even better if there was a Monerotalk video site. And there is this, for example, there is a software called PeerTube. You can easily throw up such a site yourself. I've done it several times. So if Doug was okay with it, and he has the monerotalk.live domain, he could create a subdomain for that. I could host a server somewhere with a PeerTube, and we could just upload the videos there. So this is my question for Doug.
I'm assuming it's still true, Elias, but he has always loved it when people would volunteer to help with that. There's usually kind of a shortage of labor. So if you would help do that, I can almost, and I don't like to speak for people, but I feel like I know him well enough to know like he would be all in on you hosting. I mean, I'm a huge fan of PeerTube. I know a lot of people are. I use the crap
Here.
out of it. Yeah, it's
So chiming in, totally fine with that, man. We could use the monerotalk.live domain. You could host, if you have a way of doing that, hosting it on PeerTube, and then we just play it there. But yes, it is also on Rumble. So a lot of people that hate YouTube don't mind visiting Rumble, so that should solve most people's problems. Obviously, it's live on X as well. But yeah, open to it being wherever anybody wants to put it, host it, get it out there. Whatever you guys want to do to get more people to see it, just go ahead and go do it.
I really think it's nice to have a dedicated site, because there also you just get people to see more of you, because you have tons of these episodes, right? And they're all really great. So people can
I would even pledge some hardware, or I'll help pay for like cloud computing if you want, however you want to do it. Like I don't know if you still know how to get a hold of me, Elias, but I'll give you some contact info if you need any help doing it. I do not have the time and attention spent, like and I'm not trying to cop out. This isn't a cop out, but like I struggle to make time for the Saturday show. You know what I'm saying? So, but if you can make that happen, you can hit me up if you need help with like resources or whatever to get it done. I'll help you out.
All right, that's great. Well, it's really quite easy because I've already done it, so it's not a big deal, really.
Yeah, Elias, if you want to hit me up on Signal, chowbungaman.69, and I can get you in a group with other people that help out with the show, and we can maybe coordinate that way.
All right, I'm not sure if I'll get the spelling right for that username there, but maybe you could email me.
I'll find it and I'll put it in a chat for you, in the private chat for you, buddy.
Yeah,
all right,
I'll put it in the private chat.
Thanks a lot.
I can just see it now. Video.monerotalk.live. That'll be awesome.
Yeah.
Actually, Shortwave, do you have it right with you where you could link it in the? Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
Hey, Doug, quick question. Do you ever use Telegram anymore? Because I sent you a few and get nothing back.
I'm on there. It's just there's a ton of messages, and watch out. There's a fake Chowbunga man who's done quite well faking me and getting people to send them Monero for purchasing Bitcoin miners. Which I would never ask anybody to borrow some Monero to purchase some Bitcoin miners. If you guys didn't already know that. But yeah, no, I'm on there. You could hit me up on there. I'm just kind of lost in a million chats on there.
This is one of the reasons why I keep telling people, like, if you have like even any charisma at all, I'm looking at you, D Martian. Like, we could really use a couple more Doug-like individuals in this space. Everything going through Doug. I mean, I've seen it personally, especially like, you know, during the Monerotopia season and stuff. It's a lot for one man right now. Like, it's a lot for one man. And that's one of the reasons why I've been trying to cut through the contention right now, because it's like you got several very charismatic individuals that could be handling the disparate groups of people looking to help. Last week, I believe it was, I put the call out for looking for some people to help with things that are happening in the graphene space, which, by the way, anybody who emailed me that I haven't responded to, I will. Anybody who got my response, I meant every word I said. But the thing is just coordinating, trying to get the help for people who are working in the privacy space, and trying to focus the resources that we have available to us. It's almost impossible when you only have like one Doug out there and, you know, one Tux out there. And like, we really need more people to be helping coordinate getting people who want to help with projects to projects that they would be useful in helping with, where the management of the resources available to us is becoming more and more of an issue as the community grows. So Elias, that's exactly what we're talking about. Just like grab it and do it, man. Just grab it and do it. Let us know if you need anything. I'll do anything I can, and I appreciate it.
By the way, Doug, I absolutely love my new XMRBazaar donor badge. I can just pull up my profile and sit there and stare at it, and it's like beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Well, since we're talking,
thank you, brother. We love it too.
The coolest thing I've done lately with Monero is the Monero Nodo with the My Monero app, because you could do a lightweight server. Lightweight server, and you can, instead of connecting to the My Monero servers, you connect to your own Monero Nodo directly, nothing else in between, and that makes it so that anytime you open your wallet, boom, it's right there. And there's several great wallets that allow you to connect directly with the lightweight server right now. It includes Monero Ujo, it includes Cake Wallet. There's several that can do it, and it's pretty much the best thing I've ever seen happen, because it's instant. It's like looking up any other thing.
I've noticed that having a Nodo has improved the quality of background sync on Cake wallets for me as well. I don't know if anybody else has noticed that. I'm not even sure why, but it's like every time I open my wallet, it's just synced, man. Like, it's pretty nice.
Probably lower latency. Although I've had a problem with background sync, actually. I'm not certain if Cake is keeping the process alive long enough, or if Cake is requesting the process long enough, because I have my node set up over Tor, and I noticed that even with background sync enabled, it's not synchronizing. So I'm thinking that the connection is not being kept alive long enough for it to sync or whatever, but something's
probably not, because it needs to get a connection pretty quickly for the process to be allowed to run.
Because like what I've noticed happens is hold up. What I've noticed happens is that it gets the attempting to sync, where it's like connecting, attempting to sync, and then synchronizing. It gets that connection fast, and then it sits on that attempting to sync screen for a while, and then will finally go away when I'm using it, manually. So I'm assuming that something similar is happening in the background, where it's sitting on that attempting to sync for too long.
Yeah, I don't think we can fix that due to how the background process is like able to run. But I did want to mention
there is a couple fixes for that. The attempting to sync isn't actually attempting to sync. That comes up when it's actually downloading the blocks. So if you monitor the traffic, when it shows attempting to sync, it's already made the connection and it's downloading the blocks. Over Tor, it's really slow, like 300 to 500 kilobytes per second. So it might take 30 seconds or more before it downloads that first batch of blocks and syncs it. For the problem with Cake, so you could say the background service dying in the background, the only real fix is a persistent notification. Without that, there's nothing. Like Android, like basically every Android operating system these days will kill the background process unless you have a persistent notification for it.
And see, I was thinking that Cake did that when it was syncing. I was thinking that when it was background syncing, Cake would pull up a notification that says Cake wallet is syncing, and then would finish when it would go away when it was finished.
That's the problem. Is the process that would bring up the notification would eventually stop coming up because Cake is being put to sleep by the operating system. The only way to keep it up is like what a lot of apps will do is they'll have a persistent notification and you can hide it. And the notification will still be running all the time, and it will periodically start the sync process or whatever. And that's basically the only way that like every wallet is either in the foreground syncing or they're using a persistent notification. Without it, it's hit or miss. It might work for 4 or 5 hours and then go to sleep, and then that's it until the next time you open the wallet. But
you've got a point, because I've seen like Invisible, which is the Tor I2P service, the little proxy thing. It has a persistent notification, and then you just hide it if you don't want to see that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
With
There are
VPNs,
people-
it's easier to keep
Go
them
ahead.
alive because the operating system will keep it alive if you have the VPN. Like the operating system itself, when you turn the VPN on, the operating system itself will make sure the VPN app stays alive. It's treated specially. But anything else, you need that persistent notification. So Invisible has it because of proxy mode. If you use Invisible in proxy mode, without the notification, Invisible will die.
What you're talking about, though, right now, and it's kind of gets back to what Alaskanon was saying about it doesn't need to be just the core people, like people that understand this technology. The people that will be the ones that make this technology available to the people that understand it already. People that don't understand now and they never will are going to be the ones that open up an app and they use it, and they're going to want to use it because it works. Oh, that worked. And there could be other options, but something else just worked. And you could tell them, you could tell them, oh, this other app sucks because it doesn't care about your privacy. But if they can't understand how to, and they're not going to try to understand because it's not in their technical breadth, it's not what they focus on. It doesn't mean they're dumb. It just means that's not what they focus on. People tend to go towards what they can understand and know. And if they know that, oh, if I use Monero, then I'm fine, then that's great. They can come up with a new crypto right now, and people, hopefully they trust people that know what they're talking about. And Monero is probably the best, and I'm pretty certain of it right now. It's the best option for anyone. It's battle hardened, and so forth. If you want something that's super easy, you use My Monero, and not everybody knows this, but the way that it works is that you give your view key to My Monero servers so that they can sync it for you. So they don't actually, when you open your wallet, you don't sync it. They just tell you the value, the balance, because they've already done that for you. But with Monero Nodo, it's not My Monero servers. It's your server. It's all your hardware. So it's already synced in the background.
Martian, real quick, which is so remember the story that we just had about PewDiePie talking about like freedom tech and so on? Well, one of the biggest problems that we have with Monero right now is, so I do spend a lot of time trying to get people to come on board, and I see exactly what you're talking about right now a lot, which is, I mean, I would rather see them, grab a My Monero wallet and start spending it rather than spend the next 5 hours trying to figure out how to maximize their privacy and stumble through whatever. And then, you have your cake wallets too, which is people who are like already kind of familiar with apps, and like is a good option for them. But where the Monero community, and by the way, also graphene, it's just like awful right now as far as, there are no tutorial videos where I can just be like, hey, go check this one out. Because even if you look at the tutorial videos, and God bless their hearts, right? Like, let's say the hated one, or these people who like, yeah, I'll make a tutorial video. The level of technical literacy that you have to even understand what the guy is talking about, it's like completely out of reach for just about everybody who would want to use this stuff. And like there's just nobody making like, okay, this is how you can have a Monero wallet right now. So then what do? They call me back, and then I walk them through that, and then they call me back, and I'm getting like 7, 10, 12 ClearNet phone calls about how to use Monero, and because it's not like I can be like, hey, join a Signal group, or hey, like we desperately need super easy, low technical literacy onboarding videos. Because what would happen if PewDiePie drops a brand new video, I switch to Monero? Like everybody'd be interested, and then they'd try to do it, and then be like, nah, I'm not doing this.
Okay,
and
since
then,
I joined back up on the stage, sorry, can I just go ahead and say something unrelated to what you're talking about? So I just created a change.org petition. So the GM of Proton VPN just said that if we got 1,000 signatures saying that people would use Proton VPN if they accepted Monero, they would add it in the summer. And he mentioned that it was going to happen at some point anyway, but it's kind of a low priority because they have a Proton in general has a lot of users. So if you guys want to, you can sign the change.org petition. You could use an alias email if you really want to. It doesn't have to be like a real one. But I think the point is showing them that there's a reasonable customer base that would make it worth it for them to add support for Monero VPN, because, you know, like, while it's been requested for years, and I think they should have added it by now, they are a pretty large company, and then they have a lot of people ask for a lot of things, and it's just been kind of on their low on the priority list. So
I was actually going to switch to Tutanota in February for that exact reason, that Proton doesn't accept Monero, and that Tutanota at least has Proxy Store, which does accept Monero for Tutanota subscriptions. So I was actually thinking about switching.
There's actually, so the way I've sort of paid for Monero for Proton before, there is, I think it's called Coinsgate or something. There's this, I'm trying to remember what it was called. There's this gift card website that sells Proton gift cards for Monero, and that's typically how I've paid. But if I pulled this up, I sent the change.org link. Yeah, so this guy, David Peterson, who is the general manager for Proton VPN, he said Proton VPN specifically, but I believe this includes Proton broadly, because when you're adding money to your Proton account to pay for something, it's the Proton account, not specifically Proton VPN is how it's looked to me when I've added money to it. So there is this change.org position, which has just 6 signatures. I created this like 5 minutes ago. So
I will have to go sign that, because
I just sent it in the private chat. I'll send it in
I already use Proton, so I'd be happy to sign it.
Yeah, I do as well, and that's kind of one of the largest complaints, is that they haven't they haven't added, support for Monero, which they already have a few thousand upvotes on their user like research forum, their user request forum, but that's over the course of like 5 to 10 years. So if we can get a lot of signatures quickly. I'm sorry?
Just go on Movad. You can go Movad, and they have...
Well, the point's not for the VPN. It's for just their products in general.
Yeah.
Like, he's the GM for the Proton VPN, so he's saying that if people use Proton VPN. But it'd be nice if Proton, like, broadly, because they have a lot of products, right? If they accepted Monero. Like, people have been asking for years, so it'd be cool to see. Like, yeah, it's not the, like, super best thing in the world. Like, there's other things that'd be cooler for them to accept Monero, but I think it would be really cool for Proton, because right now there's no unless Tutanota accepts. Oh wait, no, sorry, you said they don't accept directly, use Proxy Store. So even Tutanota doesn't accept Monero directly. I don't think there's any main mail provider that accepts Monero directly. So,
but for Tutanota, they with Proxy Store, like, I think all of their gift cards or all of their whatever, they're all quote unquote official, or at least officially recommended. Because if you go to Tutanota's website, I don't know where to find it. If you Google Tutanota and cryptocurrency, their FAQ or whatever will point you towards Proxy Store. And it's the same for most of the other things that Proxy Store has. Is they're all officially recommended by the base product, which is like funny to me, because Proton owns Simple Login, don't they? And Simple Login points towards Proxy Store too. So I'm like, why is it okay for your child company to accept Monero through Proxy Store, but not Proton? Like, and that's one of those things that's always, to me, it's always just felt off.
I don't know. Did Proxy Store ever try listing Proton gift cards?
I think they must have, if they got Simple Login and Tutanota but couldn't get Proton. Like, it wouldn't make sense to go after Proton to go after Tutanota and Simple and just ignore Proton. They have all sorts of, they don't have a lot of gift cards, maybe like 10 or 15. No, but they only have like 10 or 15 different gift cards, and they're all like semi-official. So it seems like they must have done the legwork, and like you said, it's not out of their mouth. I don't know what the official reasoning why they don't have Proton. But
remember, Simple Login used to be its own separate company, so it's possible that Simple Login got added to Proxy Store before it became a Proton entity. Although how they've managed to do it since then, I'm not sure. But that's my only thought.
Could be.
Well, regardless, it would be cool. Oh, there we go. Now it's got 10. Would be cool. Like, I mean, 1,000's kind of a lot. But would be cool to see this happen.
Yeah,
Have you
1,000 on
posted it
a
on Reddit yet?
change.org petition.
Sorry, I think two people are talking at the same time.
Go ahead.
He was asking if you posted it on Reddit.
Oh no, I have not, but I'll actually go ahead and do that right now on r/Monero.
I'm not
I was
saying
just
do
saying
anything.
change.org might be a little hard to hit the 1,000, but
how do they verify that it's separate signers of the petition? Like what?
So it requires an email and a name. I don't think he really like. There's like they don't ask for like a phone number or anything, so it's not that strict. It just requires a separate email and some name.
Tux, do you know what they're currently using to accept crypto? Are they using like BTC Pay Server for accepting Bitcoin?
Nah, I don't think so. They're using some custom built thing, to my knowledge. That was developed internally.
Oh, okay.
They're definitely not using BTC Pay Server. At least not the last time I had paid for Proton with Bitcoin. It looked very custom. It was built into the interface.
Yeah, because the last time I got Proton with Monero, I paid a friend to use their debit card to get me Proton, and because of the fact that it was Proton, the bank decided to shut down their bank account for a couple of days because they weren't sure if it was fraud or not.
That's amazing.
So I didn't want to have to put my friend through that again. That's why I was going to go to Tutanota, because they had Proxy Store and I could use Monero. But if Proton will accept Monero, then I'll definitely stick with them.
I have kind of a funny story that I hadn't shared with this community yet. So I had a very close associate of mine come up to do some work for the company that I work for. And at first there was this absolute nightmare struggle of trying to get the guy paid in like normal fiat Fed note currency. And so the only option that we ended up having to pay the guy was to pay him all in cash. And then the guy who went to go handle that had to go through all of these courses about like not engaging in fraudulent activity. And it wasn't even that much money. It was like $15,000, right? And he had to like sign all of these papers that said like, yes, I am not using this cash to smuggle babies for crack and all, just like this whole process just to get cash out of a bank account. And then when the guy tried to put the money into other bank accounts, it took him like 4 days to eventually get all the money into this bank account. And then it was like fighting tooth and nail to keep them open because they kept like shutting stuff down for possible fraudulent activity. And then he ended up using it to pay taxes.
What a nightmare.
It's just like, when are people going to realize that this whole system is so broken, right? Like, it's just so absolutely tedious to do. And it's like, I'm paying the guy to do work, and like, they can't just, oh, let's just examine that the work got done or whatever. No, it's like, that meme about like the guy jumping through flaming hoops and like dodging cars and whatever. It's like accepting fiat payments, and then you got the guy jumping through the hoops and then accepting Monero. It's just like, thanks, man. And my gut tells me like, there's no way Proton hasn't like gone through this. Like, there's no way they don't know. Just accepting Monero is just super easy. And, doing all of this fiat bank account nonsense is complete garbage. Like, I just refuse to believe that these people could be so lost as to how easy it is to just take Monero.
To me, it seems like the bigger your company is, the harder it becomes to do so. Once you've been established, it's harder to change than it is to stay the same. And the new companies are like, yes, please, we want to do that because this is going to make us different.
Well, I mean, I run a business that's pretty big, and like if I want to take Monero as payment, it's so easy to create a wallet and then have a view key for your accounting team. It's so easy. It's like compared to the headache of like all of the BS with like, oh, I got to make sure that my bank accounts are reconciled with my QuickBooks is reconciled with my spreadsheets, and it's like you pay 5 people just to get paid versus like just, oh, I opened the Monero wallet and saw that we got the payment. I don't have to keep track and see if there was a chargeback. I don't have like, it's so ridiculous. Like anybody who has been a business owner of any certain size should be well aware of the fact that Monero is a godsend to the nightmares of having like a 12-person accounting team and all this.
I think Carrot is going to be like, I think businesses are going to really love Carrot because of the new and improved view keys. I think that's going to probably make it a lot easier for businesses because then they have not only the receives, but they have the spins as well.
Monero Mateo did a whole thing on this, and if you look at that post that was being shared right now with unironically how much easier it is to accept Monero from something like PayPal. Yeah, it says XMR is unironically easier to use than PayPal. The amount of times PayPal is like, nuh-uh, when I'm trying to send or receive money. I mean, I quit using PayPal, like, I mean, it had to be, 10 years ago or something for the exact same reason. It's like, step 1, create a bank account. Well, I already can't do that, unless I want to go through all of this BS. I'm blacklisted. But then the step 2, link to PayPal. Step 3, like we have a 12-step internal vetting process. Step 4, we have to make sure we can sell your data to 900 companies. It's like the system is so broken. And how do these people not go through it every day? Right? I mean, they're already taking payments from all around the world, and they already have to vet all of this stuff. And like, just jump ship already. Like, come on, Monero works right now. Just do it. And yeah, Carrot will be amazing, but it's like, why are we even entertaining the idea of like not getting out of this collapsing ecosystem as fast as humanly possible? You know what I mean?
Well, having more ways to spend Monero is always a good thing. So, yeah, I'd be happy to pay for my email services with Monero. That'd be cool.
I said that what everybody should do is anytime they go to buy something that they need or want, they should buy one or whatever of that item that they need or want, and then go to eBay, find the price for that same item, and list it on XMRBazaar price to Monero. And that way, if anybody wants it as well from XMRBazaar, they can just ping you, and you order it with your credit card or your debit card or whatever, and you ship it to them, and they get the thing in the mail. You get Monero. You didn't go through Coinbase or Kraken or any centralized KYC exchange. They have no idea. They think that purchase was for a water heater. They don't know you bought Monero with that.
By the way, I think you can buy Proton mail accounts on XMRBazaar, or I guess they buy gift card or something.
Yeah, I think you can buy Proton gift cards through XMRBazaar. I believe so.
Like a proxy buyer.
Yep.
And this is where I'm always torn. It's like, I love the fact that people are finding these solutions, and I love the fact that they exist. But it's also like, it's almost, remember when they were doing those like Twitter verification things and all that, where it's like, for one, I kind of don't even want to spend money with people, even if it's indirectly, if they're not taking the Monero. Like, I've gotten to the point now where I just have this like sour taste in my mouth where it's like, okay, so I'm going to spend my Monero with somebody else, and that's cool and good for them. And here's the Monero, and here's your on-ramp. But then on the other end of things, it's just like, but now Twitter or Proton Mail, they're going to get my money, even though they weren't willing to take Monero.
I know exactly how you
so
feel.
Frustrating.
It's like, why?
Well, and
Cypher.
The fact that they'll probably accept it. They'll probably accept the Monero, and then they're just going to offload it for fiat or something else to use for their operations, rather than continue to keep it within the Monero economy and use it to spend themselves.
I have a feeling that alias emails might not actually work. It might say it works and then they don't count it. I can't confirm that yet.
Yeah,
alias emails work. I just did one.
But did it actually count?
Well, I got an email from them saying like, "Thanks for signing up."
Okay, well maybe. Got to be doing. I imagine they would trying to be doing something to prevent like spam and stuff like that. But
he's got a point. You're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you pay Proton in Monero, I'm almost certain that they're going to do exactly that. They're going to offload that Monero for fiat and take it out of the circular economy. They're not going to spend it themselves. They're gonna give it to Kraken or to not Binance anymore, I guess, Qcoin or whatever the heck exchange to get fiat for it. So and if you don't, if you pay somebody else for it, doing a proxy, you're still giving Proton that money. So it's like you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. The proxy you pay may decide to keep it in Monero, may not decide to offload it for fiat, but you don't know that.
You're not doomed if you go for another service and just don't use Proton Mail at all.
That's true.
Like go for another provider that already accepts Monero, and you don't have this hassle.
Okay, we don't need any grandstanding.
Price your shit in Monero on XMRBazaar.
You want friction to be on. Yeah. I guess it's a question of whether you want the friction to be on your end or their end.
Here's a easy solution to use Proton, but like offload any trust from them. You use an alias service that allows you to use a GPG key, and then you GPG sign your emails from the alias service to your account, and only your account locally can read the emails.
But like that's where it gets back into the weeds of like all of these technologies and all of these advantages, they just remain out of reach for those who are not technically proficient or who don't know about how to use the existing Monero ecosystem. And like that's I'm greatly appreciative of the fact that people like cypherpunk and all of that are offering this, but it remains a situation where it's Monero people trading with Monero people, trading with Monero people versus...
Yeah, but that's what we're trying to do here. That's why I'm harassing. That's why me and
some
people have harassed Proton into finally starting, get closer there. So we gotta, because like just having it as an option, people are gonna see that as an option in Proton now when they want to pay for something. There's gonna be Bitcoin, but there's also gonna be Monero. Instead of having to go out of your way to pay to some random person for a fucking gift card.
Yeah. And like the onboarding side of things where it's like a lot of people are going to realize that they want to de-Google their life. So they're going out trying to switch to Proton Mail because they found on their Google search engine about how the alternatives to Google are to use Proton Mail or whatever. And so then they go to this website and all of a sudden they say pay privately with Monero. And then they learn about Monero versus somebody who's already in the privacy tech space, who already knows this stuff. They're already probably not using Gmail. Yeah. And they already know about Monero. So they're going to go through the hoops and that's great. But the thing is the people who really need to know about Monero, they should be hearing about it from Proton Mail the minute they try to de-Google their email services a little bit, or the minute they try, like they're getting off of their iPhone and they, you know, they're trying to get away from whatever. That's the person who needs to hear about Monero. And then not only that, but that's how they're going to find out about how to get a hold of Monero and so on. Like, we have got to try to push this, and good on you, Tux. I'm all about it. I signed it. I'll get everybody else to sign it. I'm in.
We, the technical people, know and will jump through the hoops. The non-technical people doing, as you mentioned, Googling for what's best from Gmail and coming up with Proton Mail, they don't know the hoops exist. Like, we know that they're there and we jump through them. They don't even know they exist.
Well, speaking on the, like Alaska was talking about, you know, video tutorials, like you're talking about being accessible to somebody who, like me, is absolutely not technically savvy at all. I mean, I guess more than my grandparents, but that's not saying a lot. What comes to mind for me would be to teach someone like me probably how to, you know, go from a stock pixel to having Graphene OS installed and how to use it and everything, and record that interaction, and then use that as a basis in order to create that educational material. I don't know what you guys think about that.
My approach to this personally is to set it up for myself, and I basically document every step along the way. So like if there's any comment to run on the command line, I copy paste it. If there's any physical action to do, I take a photo of it, and then I detail it on top of the photo basically. And along the way, I detail, like, first of all, why is it important? Then I detail what the tool is actually. Graphene OS is free and open source, host OS for the mobile basically. And afterward, I detail how you can get it, basically. And at the end, we conclude, okay, great, you just managed to have privacy on your phone. That's my general approach for all of my tutorials on the OPSEC Bible. So personally, I'm not a fan of the video format because it consumes way too much space, but I get that it's more noob friendly, but yeah, not for me personally. Plus, if you make a tutorial and later on the tool changes, the steps change, you can't go back, edit it, and then, no, with the videos, you have to redo it all over again. That's the pain point I don't want personally. So I stick with the blog format. I mean, it's more efficient in my opinion.
And that's where I kind of think like additional individuals come in, where you go to Nihilist's website, you follow the steps, you do it, then you do a video documentation, upload it, and then as things change, you know, you have your 4 or 5 things that you've done a video on, and then you keep those 4 or 5 things up to date. And then another guy grabs 4 or 5 things from his blog, and they keep that up to date. And then another guy, you know, and if we just had people that would commit to a perfect example is, what is the latest way, the most secure way to, you know, do your own graphene device? Like, what phones have, you know, continued support for how long and so on. And there's just one guy that's committing to getting the most up-to-date information in a video format every, let's say, 6 months. And that's what that guy does. And then another guy is like, I am committed to the latest privacy-focused ways to acquire Monero. And they keep that video up to date every 6 months. And so, because if we lean on the already, by the way, the OPSEC Bible, if those of you who have not entertained going to visit Nihilist's blog, you should. But there's already resources where you don't have to keep up to date on the best way to do it. And even if it's not the best way, it's a good way to do it, right? And there's just one person who then takes the burden of having an up-to-date video on this one thing. And they use the research from these people who are passionate about keeping things up to date on their blog. And when the blog gets updated, or when somebody else finds a better way, they update their video tutorial. and then you only become responsible for these 4 or 5 videos, constantly keeping them up to date. If we could just get people who are willing to do that, it would make it easier for people like, let's say, Seth for privacy. You know, like, what is he expected to keep up to date with all of the information that he's putting out there in video format? Of course not. There should be somebody who's picking up the baton and running the next, you know, couple meters.
Okay, yeah, I'm working on a graphing OS tutorial already, video series. Anyone
I wasn't
who's
trying
not
to shame you, bro, but it probably sounded like I was.
anyone who is not talking, has been up for a while, I might switch you out because we got 2 other people in the backstage, but it's full.
I'll bail.
So if anyone wants to jump off so someone else could come on. See, if Alaskanon jumps off, no one's gonna talk. There's gonna be just dead air.
You can.
All right, everybody. Thank you. I'm gonna jump off.
All right, thank you.
Thank you,
Good to
Doug.
see ya.
Thank you, Tux.
Yep, good to see you, Offren.
All right.
I will invite up. We got SA and D Martian.
Hey, do you mind if I ask? So my idea about starting a place that's a Monero nexus, an actual physical Monerotopia somewhere, do you think that has viability?
I'm definitely not the one to. That's definitely an. Where'd Alaskanon go? I'm gonna bring him back up. This is definitely more of an Alaskanon or Doug topic.
Well, I suppose with the decentralized nature of this tech, why wouldn't you just start one?
Like a physical location that like what? It's like, can you elaborate?
Yes, yeah. So a place that it doesn't need actually Monero for its own self to. Hopefully, it tries to be self-sustaining because it has people that are able to have their own roles in the community. And maybe one way to manage that could be through Monero. Say, I'm contributing this and it's worth this much Monero, so they earn that much Monero from the community members every so often. And so you break even. If everybody was doing everything, it'd be like a perfect bartering money system where everything breaks zero. But then we want something else that brings in positive income. So not only are you making food, not only are you making your own power, but then you're also having people doing tech services. And that brings in money from outside the community. So now you have a positive income flow to the community itself. And from that, you could start to build beyond. First off, you get to pay with everything in Monero. If you want to live off Monero, you can, because it's literally accepted everywhere in your community for everything you need. You can work for Monero. Any kind of work you can do, you've been accepted to that community, so you have a role and you can earn everything in Monero. And then also, Monero is coming in, so the community itself, through individuals or as a collective, can find ways to grow or do more and become wealthier as a result.
This is the final destination of XMRBazaar, right? I mean, I think it makes sense to start these things online, build up a global community, and yeah, Demartian. Then I think that's kind of the final destination, right? A network state brought to life, where there's now a physical location that embodies the ideals of this network state.
There's actually 2 people, like they're like the shadow gurus of this stuff. One, her name is Chloe. She was like an integral part of the world. It's called the Federation for Egalitarian Communities. And like, she used to do a lot of work with like food co-ops and stuff. She's probably the most knowledgeable individual on this topic you're ever going to find. I'll see if I can put you in touch with her, Demartian. She's considering, like, she would never brag about it, but this woman is absolutely the titan of this exact conversation. You'd be hard pressed to find anybody who knows more about this stuff than her. A couple of us used to call her the Empress of Kekistan, because like at the infant stage of the like leave and build or exit and build movements. In fact, before even like the whole DarkFi and Amir Taki and all of those guys were talking about it, she was already doing the organization that she used to be like a pretty big part of. It was called the Federation of Egalitarian Communities. It still exists. They even have all kinds of like hippie covens and all of that stuff. She was one of the first adopters for things like Faircoin. I mean, she's always on the bleeding edge of all of this stuff. She knows a lot about everything from like how would you grow food there to like how can you do time management, and she's so well versed in all of the different methods that people have used to be successful in this stuff. It's wild. She's got like 30 years of knowledge on this stuff.
I will say too, obviously Alaska Anon, right? We were kind of looking into this with regards to that other property in Monerotopia in Iberete, right? That was kind of the dream, right? Build a Monerotopia, but this other property, while it's small, actually is very ideal for many reasons. I mean, the proximity to Buenos Aires, the fact that it's really good farmland, and it does sound like it's somewhat of an abandoned town that you could potentially take over by other properties, which I think D. Martian was alluding to. So it is certainly something worth discussing.
Irons in the fire. It's the thing is at the stage that this whole concept, like let's call it the D. Martian stage, like where it's at right now, the idea of, hey, let's do this. One of the most important tricks is you have to kind of treat it like cold calling for a little while. And what I mean by that is have a lot of irons in the fire, let as few options disappear into the ether as possible until a few candidates emerge that like there's a ball rolling. And there's kind of you almost want to have like a cult of personality element to this, like somebody leading the charge, keeping people stoked, and then keeping people up to speed on where things are at. Weeding through the bureaucracy of what it takes to keep this a viable option. But this is where what you want to do is you want to find somebody who really, really knows what the hell they're doing, which, in my opinion, Chloe's like the number one candidate, and I'm pretty sure she'd even be willing to do it. But then the second thing is I've talked before about how like the crowdsource movement, there's a reason it's dying, and it's because the scammy nature of it is causing people to be disenchanted with the whole thing. So like crowdsourcing the time, the energy, the finances, and all of that stuff, the opportunity to use stuff like that is kind of slipping away. So we either use it or lose it. Like we're running out of time to make actual projects come to fruition with this stuff that stay in the limelight long enough for people to keep. But if anybody remembers like the I'm moving to Ashenvale, or if anybody remembers the Free State project, like big ambitions that something actually came out of it. And in my opinion, the two things that those projects failed at was, once they succeeded, keep people witnessing the fruit of that effort. As soon as it worked, it just like disappeared. That was a big mistake, because now people don't understand that these things can work. And that was one of the things that this person I'm talking about, Chloe, and the Federation of Egalitarian Communities and all that, they kept the dream alive for the next people that were going to come afterwards. So they did a really good job on, we'll call it like post-marketing. But anyway, with what D. Martian is talking about, one of the things that this isn't to gloat, but just to say, like, I have actually been successful at this kind of stuff many times before. And especially when it comes to, there's always this concern about like perpetual financials. So in other words, like, how can this become fiscally independent? Because you're asking a lot of people, as soon as you get to what D. Martian is talking about, at some point there are going to be people who may have a lucrative circumstance right now that will be expected to give that up on hopes and dreams. Or, maybe they have kids and they have to know that there is some way for them to continue to support those kids if they make the jump. And, these are concerns that myself or Chloe have addressed dozens and dozens of times. And they've been through the battles of like land rights usages, or another political entity takes power and they start cracking down on whatever. You need people who have been through it many, many times and have seen it where, people get thrown in jail over contesting their land usage stuff, or what if the dark market in Argentina takes a turn for the worse, or but where I would say, as far as viability, I would say it goes from 10% to 90% based on getting leaders in position who can actually handle the project. So your likelihood of failure diminishes quickly by just getting the right people, especially the people who will tell you right away, we need to pull the plug on this option and pivot to this option, because they just know. So I'll do my best to try to connect you with these people if you'd like. Martian, Celador, all of these. But the thing is for example, she knows a lot about Oregon, Celador, Washington. She knows a lot about Colorado and doing egalitarian communities there. She knows a lot about all the different options for like housing. She knows a lot about all the different options for crypto integration. You've got to find people who know how to work with the people who are interested in it and know about ways to make space for them without creating contention in the community, which kind of brings me back to the thing that I was saying earlier, which is if we don't nip it in the bud right now, the ability for individuals in this community to collaborate and cooperate without letting our own BS get in the way. And I'm guilty too. I can be such a rage-fueled. And for those of you who aren't aware, I owe a lot of that to Bawdy, right? Because I can be kind of an aggressive posturing individual. It's just kind of my nature. And Bawdy was one of the guys who's like, tone it down, bro. And thanks for that if you're listening. And the thing is we all need to make sure that we maintain a constant cognitive lucidity on setting aside our own personal ego issues and focus on working together with the people who are our allies on this mission, which is yet another reason why I say you've got to pick leaders who know what they're doing, who are they're very much the peacemakers. And that is what guarantees success as much as any one thing can. And there are other people too that I can point in the right direction. And I'll take this email right now. I'll even email her right now to this. And I don't mean to drag on, but I'm just saying there are ways to make this successful. I have even made them successful before. I've already failed so many times. I know what failure looks like and how to bail or how to pivot when that is emerging. But I couldn't hold a candle to this other person. So I'll put you in touch with her as quickly as I can, Martian.
Well, thank you. If I could fill in any gaps to make something happen, I'll do it.
You'll find collaborating with her is a lot easier than listening to my screeching voice on the internet.
More pleasant to look at too. Oh, what happened to everybody?
I'm sure she's listening right now. I just sent an email. You'll probably get something back pretty quickly. But no joke, like she's killed it every time. So yeah, and I'll help out too. I'm all about it. The offer has been on the table for quite some time to do something in Argentina on my behalf. I know other people who are also very interested in it. We actually ran into the last time. There was an issue with the proximity to the border when we tried to do it. We even called it Monerotopia and a couple of other titles. But yeah, Martian, we have made a few attempts before. What ended up happening was the reason we couldn't get the ranch land we were going for was the legalities of being as close to the national border basically made it impossible. But we even still have contact lists and stuff for like making it legal. So I'll reach out to you and I'll make sure that we have we catch you up to speed on how far we got last time and what we ran into last time. And all of those people, as far as I know, are still like 100% down. And the funny thing is it's more in line with what Doug originally wanted when he was like, yeah, I'm down, let's do it. Because he's kind of a city slicker, and we were talking about like some backwoods cattle ranch stuff. So I think we might actually get more support this time.
I think so too. And if it fails, we'll try again.
I'm going to go till I'm dead. Like, because the thing is, I want my kids to grow up in a world where they can live this way. And I'll never give up on that. Like, there's a reason why I live in the middle of nowhere in Alaska. It's because like I'm all about the freedom, man. And now that you can get guns in Argentina and all that, like, I mean, you always could, but now that you can do it without like the levels of sketch that existed before, like, I'm so all about it. I don't know if anybody's been keeping up with that, but there's a concerted effort to make firearms, like, get the blessing from our statist overlords that we're allowed to have a little bit of freedom, you know.
Man, Argentina is sounding more and more attractive.
It's funny, kind of XMRBazaar for selling cheese and land in Argentina.
I mean, frankly, the house selling for Monero is the most base thing I saw so far. Like, this is the one thing that the government wants to take some taxes on. They get zero with it. I love it.
Yeah, I agree. I saw that and I'm like, this is awesome.
And it's direct with Monero too. I mean, if Argentina, you could literally buy your property with cash, right? It's just between the buyer and the seller. You don't have to get attorneys involved. There doesn't need to be some form of escrow going on, and then you just separately sign a contract saying that you sold the property. That's pretty amazing.
The only thing is you can't use the XMRBazaar multi-sig escrow for something like that. And the only reason I say that is because it says that it's in beta and to use small amounts only. And I think 500 XMR would be a little bit less than a small amount.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know,
that would be quite.
I wouldn't mind if they didn't use the escrow for that large amount, but we will eventually, I think, get to the point where we'll feel very confident in saying use for all amounts. But I wouldn't think they'd want to do that. Like I was saying, I think the best thing for them to do obviously would be a face-to-face transaction. But what they might want to do is use the escrow for like a down payment. So if somebody is interested in it, they could send a down payment, lock it up in escrow. That might be a smart thing to do.
That's like DarkFi can't come soon enough, man. And there are some options for like smart contracts to make these things a lot easier, but like the other thing is those smart contracts, like, they desperately need something like Monero to exist. Like, you have to have that base fungible private currency layer like in place. But once we get to like private decentralized smart contracts to make property and stuff significantly easier, it's going to be absolutely incredible. Like, we're going to be just drowning in freedom.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, the XMRBazaar escrow works. I mean, it works, and it's you know, client side. You're not giving up your keys to anyone. It does work. We just need to tweak the UX. And Anarchio is just, you know, he wants to be better safe than sorry, so he just wants to see it get used to a certain degree. Make sure that we've filtered out any errors, edge cases before we say, okay, use for large amounts.
By the way, Doug, I do have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to the bond, for example, you charge a 0.1 Monero fee, and that's fine. But I'm just curious, if I pay you 1.1 Monero today, then I have a 1 Monero bond. What if I don't want to pay another 0.1 in 6 months? I want to instead lower my bond from 1 to 0.9, and that 0.1 is now your fee. Can we do that, or do you have to actually pay another 1 to get the full 1 bond? Because what if I want my bond to go down over time as XMR is rising in value?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have it set up that way. So right now,
Okay.
it's that you just have to re-up your bond. You could take your bond back at any time you want, right? So if you put up 1 Monero, you could pull that Monero off anytime you want. I mean, we have to. It's a manual process. It's not like you just press a button and the Monero gets sent to you instantly, but you can pull your Monero back off at any point you want, just minus the fee for the bond. You get your full bond back.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And then that fee I set, I mean, that's just me trying to figure out the market price, right? So we could maybe we add a second bond type, like a lower tier, just for lesser value. So from like, whatever, 0 to 0.5 Monero bond, right? And maybe charge a smaller fee for that. You could potentially do that.
Yeah, because none of the stuff I offer on my store comes pretty much anywhere close to 1 Monero.
Yeah, so we could offer, various bond types, levels. All right, guys. Amazing show as always. This one was particularly amazing with the prop. I feel like we're getting spoiled now. Like we're not appreciating the how amazing some of these moments are. I mean, here we are sitting talking to people that are selling property in Argentina, like legit. Like it's not like you could go exchange your Monero for like you could send these people 500 Monero directly, and you will own property in Argentina. That's pretty wild. That was a dream. We have arrived.
I keep bringing it up, Doug, but what are you going to talk about for a whole hour? Remember that? I'll never forget that.
Here we are. We can't end a show sooner than 4 hours.
You've got to tell the people who are new to Monero, about that. You've got to tell them right now. Come on.
Well, I mean, when I started the show, people were like, all right, that's cool and all, but like, what are you going to talk about in Monero for more than like 3 episodes? Like you won't have content. And here we are, I don't know, 5 years later, more. We started in 2018. I mean, it's an endless, right? It's much more than a technology. It's a movement of people opting out and living off of each other. So this is where the revolution is. I mean, it's endless content as we opt out in real time, coordinate together, living off of each other on a global scale. There is no shortage of things to talk about when that is the mission.
And every person that opts out makes the enemy that much weaker. That's the thing to remember.
100%.
And more desperate. And that's funny to watch.
Yeah, as long as we're not catching the shrapnel or, in the line of fire. I mean, there's going to be moments, guys. We're definitely in the they fight you stage. Monero is going to be there for quite some time. Obviously, best thing to do is just completely ignore them and build our own peaceful economy outside of theirs.
I have started measuring my net worth in picos, and I think once you do that, your entire mindset just changes. When you no longer value what they have to offer, I think it fundamentally changes your mindset.
Oh yeah, I've been there for quite some time.
Get on my level.
Valuing my wealth in Monero for quite some time.
I've been appraising my net worth and how many bullets I have for about 15 years now. So get on my level.
Sometimes I try to pinch myself because I'm realizing it seems like we're a little bit in the dark. It might not be clear our future yet, but in the past, when people have been in moments like we have been, it's been exactly the same. And things are moving forward so quickly. Technology moves so fast that if a week goes by, a month goes by, it feels like you're doing nothing. But when you look at the grand scheme, that's what it takes to make something happen. That's what it takes to truly change things for yourselves and the world. So it's happening right now. We're in the moment, and it's amazing.
And I don't want to open up a whole can of worms here because I kind of want to end the show. But I don't know if you may have even touched upon this. But somebody recently tweeted out, I think it was like yesterday, saying like basically criticizing real world Monero events, and even XMRBazaar saying like people shouldn't be out there using these things out in the open. They shouldn't be meeting in person, and yeah, they shouldn't even be participating in a platform like XMRBazaar, identifying themselves as they use Monero. I couldn't disagree with that more. Obviously, if you can, try, as you use Monero, try to not identify yourself. And on XMRBazaar, there's really you don't need to. But the point is, you shouldn't be thinking of these things to the degree where you're not willing to use them publicly. Like we can't let them define what Monero is, right? We can't let them frame Monero. We need to frame Monero, and the proper framing is a legal, a utility that any human being should have access to for purposes of living a free and liberated life in a free and open society. It should be a tool that's accessible to anybody. There shouldn't be any doubt as to whether or not humans should be allowed to use this tool, and we can't let them frame it otherwise. And to kind of lose ground and just to let them take the framing is a loss, right? Especially when, for the most part, in the free world, Monero is completely legal. So for us to start pretending it's not, we're just losing ground, right? So it's perfectly legal to use Monero here in the US. You can transact with Monero. You can trade Monero for cash. Just don't do it as a business. You could accept Monero on your business. You could use Monero on XMRBazaar peer-to-peer. There's no rules or laws against that here in the US. And we shouldn't act like there are, because then that's just how we lose ground, and we let them kind of change, win the information war.
Make heroes out of those who are willing to stick their neck out. I think whatever a based take is, that other guy's take is the exact opposite of that. It's like the idea that not using Monero publicly is quite literally a 180-degree turn from a good take. As far as he might be a great person otherwise, but no. We should be flaunting the fact. I mean, I think some of you have seen my license plates say Monero. It's if I have to interact with the government, I make a point to remind them that I would rather use Monero. And
and I would say though, don't be an idiot, don't be a fool. There's some wisdom to what he's saying as well, too, right? And we all know that, right? If you use your Monero as privately as you can, but I don't think you need to be ashamed of using it or pretend like you don't know what it is, you don't have access to it. But obviously, yeah, if you're going to real world events, be aware of your surroundings, be aware of who you're talking to. Don't assume everybody is a Fed, essentially, right? When you're talking to people, just like you should be doing in general. Don't talk to people in a way where you're divulging information to somebody you don't know, that you can't trust. Get to know people first. Be smart about how you're talking to people out in the open. But I don't think we should act like Monero is illegal, because it's not, and it's up to us to frame it correctly.
Guys, we already got 57 signatures on the change now.
Nice.
That's cool.
All right, I think we can wrap it up here, guys. Sign the change now if you want to pay for your Proton mail with Monero, or just go on XMRBazaar. There, cypherpunk or whatever his name is selling accounts.
I'm really sorry, cypherpunk. I hope you don't hate me and want to kill me. I'm taking away your business, basically.
He's one of our power users on XMRBazaar.
Makes me feel even worse.
Something tells me he probably doesn't care. Just a guess.
Hopefully he has other stuff, and that's not the only thing he has on there.
See, that's the thing with me and running Aurora General Store is I would like to have competition. Come compete with me, damn it.
I'm coming for you, Shortwave.
All right, guys. I say we wrap it up here. I got a baby I want to snuggle over here.
Alrighty.
Thanks,
bless
everyone.
you all.
Have a good one, guys.
All right, guys.
Peace.
See you next week.
Peace.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group.